All right, so I'd like to just start out with any thoughts or questions and things that left over from yesterday. One of the things that you did at the end of the day yesterday is talk about some of the barriers, or talk about where you're at and where you hope things would go. Did any of that, did you wrestle with any, maybe nobody lost sleep over anything that we talked about yesterday, but if you did, this is the opportunity to talk about it. So yeah, what kind of thoughts or questions or comments do you have?
And you can either raise your hand or you can just unmute yourself and hop right in.
Anna Maria, I see your microphone is off. Are you trying to jump in? Okay, maybe not. Johnny?
Yeah, I wanted to mention something that you had talked about early on, and it was about the victim being very perplexed when the order of or a divorce or a DM matter is not able to be enforced by law enforcement. And he's using the order, or he is ignoring the order, knowing that it can't be enforced. He knows that if he withholds a kid because she failed to comply with what he wanted to do, he knows that will push the button. That is how he is purporting his violence. And when law enforcement says, I can't enforce it, and the court says, well, you'll call law enforcement, we actually brought that exact issue before our CCR. And what we were able to come up with, because this enigma was just that. I mean, here it is. We know what the law says. How do we do it? How do we go about it? So we had an attorney who's now our district judge. He was at the table at the time. They came up and they said, what he is doing is causing her severe emotional distress. Why don't we just go and approach it from that aspect and get an order of protection, quickly get an order of protection that is enforceable by law enforcement. So the issue, when we brought it to the table, the group that was at the table came up with a solution that we could utilize to stop this type of violence, because it was becoming, 3 or 4 cases that we had at the table, the offender kept using the system to purport his violence, to go ahead and withhold the child. And she was just at her wit's end. And they get to the point where I just want to drop it. I'm going to go ahead and, but because of this, and now it has been seated with law enforcement, it's been seated with the courts, that if this type of conduct is being done, there is a solution. There is just not, oh, I can't enforce it, because the order of protection, the officer can enforce it, and he will go ahead and either cite or arrest and go ahead and allow that visitation or that exchange to take place. So, the CCR, when you have enough minds at the table and everybody is facing or acknowledging that there is an issue, we can work together and come up with a solution. So with, even from what I've learned, and I've been doing this a long time, I come from a field of law enforcement, and now I've been doing this for 20 years. You start to look at the whole issue through a different lens. You want everyone else to look to the lens, but then you yourself, you as an agency, you are able to say, I need this person at the table because this is something that further down the road we're going to be able to benefit by. And now the attorney who was at the table when this was all going out is now a district judge. So when we send those petitions in and we outline what's been going on, he knows. He says, yeah, this is, and we get these things signed and we get them done quickly. So I wanted to mention that kind of stuck with me yesterday, that other places face the same issues that we do here in our small community. But as things start to change and we're bringing in different types of abuse, we're bringing in different types of actions by the offender, with them putting tracking devices on their vehicle, with them using social media, IT, something we didn't see 2 or 3 years ago, we're seeing now as different. He's using these technologies and these methods as abuse. But again, we are getting answers, or we're getting action by everyone that has the, they have their input. Law enforcement will say, well, this would be great if we could do this. The, CYFD, this is what we would like to see. So the minds together at the CCR provide solutions. They come up with and they address, and that's what's so great about what I keep hearing, is that this is spawning to approach these needs of the survivors, and that's what we're here for.
Yeah, great. That's a great example, Johnny. Did you do any focus groups with women before you implemented the plan, or was it just basically working with women who were struggling with it?
Well, the focus group was our empowerment group, because our agency worked with both offenders and survivors. So our empowerment group, the females that were in there had talked to the facilitator. The facilitator had come to me and said, why can't we do anything? So the victims, we had talked to them. We were their voice at the table. We were the voice. We have also done some work with, instead of the failure to protect approach that CYFD was using, we're using the offender-based pattern approach, where it's the offender that's causing all these things. So that was all in the mix. But this is one of the things that, like I said, you're sitting there and everybody's looking at each other. This enigma that was right at the table, why can't, we have an order that says she gets the kids. Why can't that be accomplished? Why does he continue to be able to use those acts, those his power and control? He wants it done this way. And in this case, he was actually demanding sex from, I'll do the exchange, we get together, so that was one of the cases. The other cases, he was withholding child support. So these things that are, you think that, and in the eyes of the survivor, I've done everything I can do. I've got a court order. Why isn't that enforceable? Why can't I get my children? That's very puzzling to them. We know law enforcement,
and it's alienating.
Yes, well, absolutely.
Because if I go through all the work to get to this point and then nobody enforces it, then
and exactly
what a resource to me.
And exactly what you brought up. Our survivor had gone to law enforcement. They said they couldn't do anything about it. They went to the court. The court says, talk to law enforcement. What was she look? You talk about, something that's overwhelming, and the trauma that it was affecting. She couldn't see her, one day that you don't see your child, that you're expecting that visitation. This was happening 3 or 4 weeks, because in New Mexico, and I don't know if it's the same way in your area, but to get it reset in a DM, and a DM is a domestic matter, that takes weeks, sometimes 3, 4, calling and ask for a continuation. So they were going without seeing their children for a month or longer. Yeah. And you talk about something that really impacts a survivor, is that type of manipulation that he is able to exercise, with his actions, using the system, and they know it. They know now, the offenders, or they did know at the time. Now the word is out. You can't use this tactic. You can be held responsible. You can go to jail. We can get these orders. But before they knew, well, just take me back to court. And then, there was really no consequence when they went back before the judge. Well, you better be doing it, but at the time it was causing a lot of emotion, and it is, by definition, it does cause severe emotional distress, and one of the things that an order of protection can address.
Yeah. So good. Yeah. So what Johnny's describing is like a problem comes to you from in this case, the source is the women who are experiencing the harm. So that's where the source is, right? And then the CCR takes that problem, and how do we resolve this given the resources that we have? Now, one agency can't do that, because you need everybody's ideas and leverages at the table, right? To come up with a solution. And in Minnesota, our solution was there was an actual law that nobody even was using. and it was a felony to withhold a child from the other parent when there's court ordered time. But law enforcement wasn't even aware of it. The only person in Minnesota ever convicted of it was a woman who was withholding it from an abuser. So, I mean, it just tells you, right? That's the landscape. So we just worked with law enforcement to leverage that law with the offender, and they never ended up having to arrest because they didn't want to do that. And the guy just gave him up because he didn't want a felony. So that, again, it took everybody, just like in Johnny's example, it took everybody coming together to figure out, all right, so there's a law in this books, we're not enforcing it. How do we use it in a way where we're not taking people into custody, but using it as leverage to get people to give up the kid and realize they can't do this, right? Again, a solution that benefits law enforcement. It makes it more efficient for them to deal with these civil matters. It makes it better for the victim, right? Because now she's safer. She doesn't have to deal with him alone. And it's easier to hold him accountable. All three legs of the stool are solved, right? So good, beautiful, great example. Anybody else have anything that they want to bring up from yesterday?
This is Matt with New Mexico Department of Health, and as I've been working in health promotion now for a few years, and a part of this collective effort that we're trying to do in Albuquerque, bringing in multiple perspectives. And one thing that I did appreciate from yesterday in the conversation was how we're all bringing different lens to this conversation. And one of the things that we often try to do in health promotion is try to push things upstream. And am I looking upstream enough? So often in healthcare, in health, in many things, the thing that gets attention is downstream saving the day type of work versus how do we actually build a quiet, competent kingdom? That doesn't get enough resources. It's always solve the problem later. We'll fund solving the problem versus how do we prevent a problem? So that's an ongoing challenge of how do you show what doesn't happen because you did something good.
Right.
One of the things that I'm kind of struggling with that kind of goes into what Johnny was saying, but I was at a vaccine event yesterday afternoon and thinking about this was, wrestling the health promotion part, but also as a guy, one of the things that I heard that kind of troubles me is men who are doing controlling situation, men who are trying to control their partner do so because there's no accountability. And I guess I have a problem with that. Maybe some do, but there's something deeper that
the reason they continue to
control somebody because there's no accountability. No, I mean, maybe, but there's a deeper thing in me if I'm trying to control somebody else. It's not just because I won't get caught, I don't think, or maybe it is. Maybe I'm thinking too deeply about it, but I'm hoping that how do we deal with this controlling issue that we have that I'm saying we as a broad stroke versus just, well, if I don't get caught, that's why I do it. Well, is that really it? So
No.
that's just something I'm struggling with. That's all.
Sure. The connection with impunity, the violence with impunity, is that's what allows it to continue, right? It's the intervention, it's the accountability that is the first way of being able to challenge or slow down his inclination to abuse. The reason he's abusive is because he believes he's entitled to her submission. That's the deeper piece that he draws from the culture. How we intervene or not dictates whether it continues. So I was doing some work with Trinidad and Tobago this past spring, and I'm always curious how this plays out in different cultures, right? So I was interviewing law enforcement officers about when you're arresting somebody in Trinidad for domestic assault, typically what's their explanation for it, right? What reason do they give for the violence that they've committed? And he said, well, usually it's just, I told her to do something and she wouldn't do it. Okay, well, that sounds a lot like the guys in Duluth, right? That sounds a lot like the guys in Australia, which sound a lot, right? I mean, and I mean, to even bring the point home more, we had a delegation from Hong Kong that came to Duluth to observe our CCR and all of our different interventions. And one of them, of course, is the men's program. So they're sitting in watching a men's group, and what the English translator said, you know, if you could just change the setting and the language, the guys in Duluth sound just like the guys in Hong Kong. They say the same stuff, right? They minimize, deny, and blame. It's all about her. It's not my fault. The system is the problem. Like, it's the same thing, right? So what's fascinating is how similar these tactics of oppression play out in different cultures. What changes is how they get justified. So like when we did a version of this work with the Marine Corps, one of the things that the tactics being used, the male privilege, the entitlement, was backed up by, say, the male of the house. Like, this is an example. He outranked his wife in the military. So when they got into a difference in the home and she wouldn't submit to what he wanted, then he'd start calling her by her rank, right? So that's not going to play out in outside the military, but that's how the military, people in the military were using that particular tactic, right? So how they use the tactic plays out differently. And to Matt's point, that's the deeper issue. That's why it's so hard for these men to let it go, because it's wound up in how they identify themselves as men, right? It isn't just a problem they have on Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. This is how they have come to be, come to understand themselves as men. And so that's why it's difficult to do that rehabilitation work and unravel that. So yeah, thank you, Matt, for that. All right, well, okay, so we're gonna, anybody have any other questions, just jump in, but we're gonna go into the content. David, did you have something? I'm sorry, did your microphone go off?
I did. Olga was starting to say something, but
Oh,
Olga, you're
I missed
off.
it.
You're off camera, Olga. If you can come back on, or we can catch up with you later. I don't want to.
Sorry, Olga, I didn't see that.
Let's just come back.
Okay, all right. All right, Jeff, do you want to bring that slide up? Okay, nope. Jeff wants us to start all over again. You know what number? Okay. Jeff just likes to see me awkwardly stand in silence in front of a room. All right. So when you are getting to the point, so like let's take Johnny's example, right? That is a particular intervention for a particular problem in their community. But when you want, so that's an intervention. To coordinate that intervention would have to be linked to all of the different policies and protocols across all of these agencies that are coming in contact with that problem, right? So one of the ways to begin to do that is to make sure that every intervention follows the same set of principles. This set of principles was built on what we originally came up with in Duluth by Praxis when Ellen had started Praxis International, and she added a few things to the list. So this is now every policy, every protocol that we have in our CCR, and that includes community-based agencies, is consistent with these principles. When you do it that way, every policy then you work on all through that coordinated response is a lot more likely to be consistent with the next, right? So you don't have one intervention that is really in contrast with another intervention. They're all consistent, right? And we consistently give the same message to the offender as they are held accountable through that system. So the first one is adherence to an interagency approach. I'll give you an example today of how every one of our policies for each criminal justice agency starts with basically a scope or preamble that sets the tone for that policy. And the tone is the work that we do is grounded in an interagency response, right? We are part of a larger response, and this is our role in it, right? So any new practitioner in that agency who's going to read that policy understands that when they intervene in a domestic violence case, they are part of a larger coordinated effort to deal with this problem. They are not standing alone as an agency. Attention to context and severity of the violence, right? As we said yesterday, you need a way of collecting that information, analyzing it, and then pushing it out to the people who can use it in the way that they need it when they need it, right? And so often, you know, when I go to arraignment hearings or pretrial hearings, you can sit there and have no idea that the last 8 cases were domestic assault cases because nobody's talking about it, right? What he's doing is not part of the narrative in that space. And then what really brings it home is that if the victim is there watching this hearing and they're wondering what is going on here, look what he did to me, and this is what they're talking about, right? Where is the accountability for him for what he's done, right? Recognition that domestic violence is a patterned crime, that this is not something that is incident based, that this is part of a pattern of behavior. So all of our interventions have to take that up somehow. If you're a prosecutor, you're not looking at an incident, you're looking at a pattern of behavior. And what do you have that, what do you have available to you that tells you that? Because that goes to his level of risk. It also goes to whether or not you can get past convictions in to the current trial, right? So that you can show that pattern. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't, right? Law enforcement, they're asking questions that go to the pattern, right? They're not asking just about the incident, they're asking about the pattern, right? So we understand who we're dealing with. Providing swift and sure consequences. Research in this field shows that a consequence that's imposed quickly after a violation, for example, is a lot more impactful on his decision to be violent than a more severe consequence that takes months to get to, right? So again, as you're thinking about developing a response, now let's take Johnny's, for example, right? The guy goes to the place, he demands sex. She says no, she leaves without her kids. She goes to get an order for protection. 2 weeks later, there's a hearing. He's back in court. It's set. Now there's a consequence. That is a lot more impactful than if he was arrested for that problem. And 7 months later, right, after all these exchanges have happened in the 7 months, then he gets held accountable for it, right? That's not as impactful. So you want to build in as much swift consequence as you can to men who step outside of the boundaries that have been set by either the community or by a government system. Sending messages of help and accountability. Now, this is one of those new ones that Ellen added to this list that that we really wrestled with. How do you do that, right? How do you send a message of help? How do you send a message of accountability? Because it really isn't a policy thing. It's more of a practice thing. It's more of a mindset. And that's really hard to standardize across an entire agency. So what it became a lot of is individual invitations to help that we encouraged, for example, law enforcement to do. An example would be officer goes out to a call. There's not an arrestable offense at the scene. And this is a real call that I'm talking about. And then the officer says to the woman who called 911, you know, I've been to this house before. I've arrested him before. Today, there's nothing I can do because there's no crime that's been committed. But I understand what you're living with. And if there's something that he did today that you're not talking about, that you'd like to talk to me about at some point in the future, I'm going to leave my card for you with my number and you call me, right? And the officers who've taken that opportunity all have a story of a woman 2 weeks, 3 weeks later, sometimes 2 days later, who have called them and said, I'm ready to tell you something, right? Because he made a connection to her, sending a message of help, right? Another one was in our focus groups, after we implemented new policies across our whole system, when we went back and did focus groups, we asked the women if we were a resource to them. Now, we'd always been asking, do you feel safer? And we generally got the answer, yes. What we'd never asked them is, are we a resource to you? And they said, not really, which was interesting to us, right? Because again, everybody wants something from me. Nobody's willing to give what I need. And the exceptions to that were our specialized teams. So our specialized prosecutor, our specialized investigator in the police department, they could actually give those people by name. Tate, the investigator at the police department, is a resource to me. Why is he a resource? Because I trust him. Because I can tell him things about what he's doing and he won't out me. He will find a way to find him without connecting it to me. So I can tell him things, right? Same thing with the prosecutor. Prosecutor said, you know what, the first time I meet a victim in a DV case, I know that I'm probably going to see her again. So I start building my relationship with her. And the next time she comes in, she's more apt to participate. She's more apt to trust me, trust telling me things, right? And information, again, is the lifeblood of being able to do this work. So those were the kinds of ways that we built in sending messages of help and accountability, were more practices that encouraged victims to ask for the help that they needed. And if the prosecutor's office couldn't find it, then they could contact an advocacy agency to link her up with what she was asking for, right? And then reducing unintended consequences and disparity of impact. Always, always, always have that as one of your filters, because you don't know how that's going to land with women who don't access it the way that you're designing the solution, right? So what kind of disparity of impact is this going to have for a community of women who are more marginalized than the women that we think this is going to work for, or the women who brought this to our attention, right? So always making sure that you're vetting your solutions before you implement them with as many different communities of women as you can, to make sure that there's no unintended consequence. And then when you implement it, go back and ask if you missed something, and inevitably you will. Those things happen. So, but if you don't look for them, trust me, they're there. You just haven't found them. Because this is too complex to just put a template over a community and say it's going to work for everybody, because it's not. So that's those conversations. Does it take longer? It does, right? But I can assure you that if there is a narrative in the community that the police don't help. I just had a conversation on the way into this training today with an advocate in the Twin Cities that's doing a whole lot of work doing focus groups around law enforcement response. And she said that overwhelmingly, the women are saying, well, calling law enforcement does not help, right? Because they don't do anything. It just makes it worse when they leave, right? Then she said, what would you want? We want somebody to intervene, but we want help. Something has to be different. You can't just show up at the house and walk away. Like, you have to take him with you, or you have to get him out of the house, because staying with him after you leave is 10 times worse, right? So women are asking for help, they're asking for somebody to call. They want an effective intervention, right? That's what we're trying to create with these different initiatives. David.
Can you talk a little bit about both the complexity and the simplicity of doing focus groups with survivors, like from start to finish? You know, you put out a request that we're going to have a meeting on this day. Are you doing it virtually? Are you providing lunch? Are you providing childcare? What's the engagement strategy? There's a whole lot that goes into it, but I think it may also be a lot simpler than some people think.
Yeah, we are going to go through that in an exercise in detail. So that's coming up, David. David wants an agenda from me, and I refuse to provide one because I just don't know when it's going to happen. so he doesn't. But we will cover that in all the detail that he just laid out, because yeah, there's a lot of things to think about, but as David pointed out, it is not as difficult as it might seem. So yeah, good. All right, next slide, Jeff. With the principles, there's a shared understanding that gets reflected in all of these policies and protocols that we end up putting together. Imagine if in your community, all your criminal justice agencies, all your human service agencies, or imagine in the community agencies that you're working with, everybody adhered to this, right? There are 3 types of domestic violence. There's battering or coercive control, there's resistive and non-battering violence, right? So everybody knows that there's categories that fall under the statute. The power of the state should be restricted to the illegal activity of the offender. So they're not making victims do things because he's beating her up, right? Victims are rarely free to cooperate with the system and hold offenders accountable. Again, just imagine if everybody in your system understood that, how different and how much judgment would get reduced when victims fail to cooperate. Account for power differences between victim and offender. Every intervention has to do that, from our men's program to our 911 call, right? A great example that on 911 for this is, if you listen to enough 911 calls, you're going to hear guys get on the phone, right? And for some reason, there was this thing, and this is just not ours, I've heard this in many places, where the call taker wants the victim back on the phone. So they'll say, could you put her back on the phone? And then she gets hit because of what she's saying, right? Don't do that. If he's on the phone, now you know where he is, and you've got him focused on a conversation with you rather than beating on her, right? And so as law enforcement's on the way, now you can say, I've got him on the phone, he is in the backyard, and he's talking to me. And then what's the third thing? He's giving you evidence, right? Now, 911 will be really clear with you that they are not investigators, and they're not to be investigators, but they're to ask questions about safety. So here's an example. Guy's on the phone. He said, well, I know she called 911, but it's not that big a deal. Is anybody hurt at the scene? And he goes, well, she's bleeding from her lip, but I think she's fine. Well, how did she get a bloody lip? Because it isn't an investigative question. It's a safety question. What was it? A blunt force that hit her in the head? Like, I need to know this to know whether I should dispatch, an ambulance, right? This is not an investigative question, it's a safety question. But all of it goes to evidence, right? And so the prosecutor can pull that 911 call and use that to leverage a plea deal. The more evidence the prosecutor has, the better able they're to get a good plea deal. And the vast majority of these will get pled out. And that's okay, because the system can't absorb 200 trials a week. It's not possible, right? So you want to position the prosecutor with as much leverage to get a good plea deal, right? And then men who batter are responsible for stopping the violence. That's it, right? If you are beating somebody into submission, that is not a relationship problem in any way, shape, or form. no matter how ugly the other person's behavior can be, right? It does not justify what he is doing. And again, if you want to look into the system, there's a ton of that analysis that goes on. Well, have you met her? Right? Which is exactly what he says. And the minute we buy into that notion, right, then we buy into his fiction that the problem rests with her and not with the violence that he's been using, right? Cammie, who you saw yesterday, when she first left that relationship, she was required by child protection to get a psych eval. That psych eval was terrible because it never linked their findings, her distrust of the evaluation, and the resistance that she showed during it, with the violence that she'd been experiencing, right? It's like they looked at her in a vacuum. There is no vacuum, right? So 8 months later, after having no contact with him, I encouraged the social worker to initiate another psych eval. They did, and she came out completely different. And she'd had no counseling other than women's group up to that point, right? It wasn't a mental health issue with her. It was trauma that she was experiencing dealing with a very dangerous and abusive offender, right? Those have to be linked if they're going to be part of an effective CCR. All right. Next slide, Jeff. All right, so this is our working definition of a coordinated community response. A lot of people coordinate because they want to create interventions, right? We want to coordinate in a way, again, going to what Johnny was saying, that changes the climate of tolerance for this in the community. So as Johnny said, if they didn't know before, they know now that if they pull this stuff about not giving the kids back, there's a consequence that can happen, right? That's the narrative in the community. That's what you want. You want guys coming to your rehabilitation program telling the new guy, if you end up drinking, they're going to find you. So don't drink, right? Another guy in men's group, you know, if where I used to live, she could call the cops all day long and nothing would happen. But I move here and they're going to my grandma's house, knocking on the door, trying to figure out where I am. All it was a misdemeanor domestic. And I mean, it's like, what the heck is this? What's going on here? Right? The relentlessness of the response will impact his inclination to abuse. And again, we've had so many guys that we've talked to in our men's program. And when we ask them, what sets you up to be successful in the men's program? It wasn't the men's program, right? They'd been to it 3 times before. What set them up is, I'm sick of probation. I'm sick of bail bonds. I'm sick of somebody supervising everything I do. I'm sick of this life. I need to do something different. So the first 3 times I went to men's group, I wasn't open to this and I just disrupted everything the whole time I was there, and then I quit. But the 4th time, I want to learn a different way to be, right? Or the guy who said, man, domestic violence is just one of the crimes I used to commit. I mean, I was just a general criminal. But after I moved here and fell in love with, you know, the mother of my child, I realized that if I'm going to live here, I got to be a different guy, or I'm not going to get to be free here. And I'm not going to get to be with my family. Right? So I need to take on a different way. And I don't know how to do that because I wasn't raised that way. So I need this program to help me understand. But to get him to that point, he needed the relentlessness of the system to keep consequencing him until he realized there's no room here to live this way. Right? So the combination of rehabilitation and CCR is really helpful. And again, you can apply that same model or notion to community-based agencies, and a community rallies and says, this is what you're going to do. This is the consequence for doing what you've been doing. And if you don't go to rehabilitation and you don't stop doing this, then this is what we're going to impose, right? You're not going to get to live here anymore in this community if you continue to harm your family, right? So again, all these things apply whether you're talking government or community. And then we do that by institutionalizing practices and procedures with centralized victim safety, right? So let's go back to those principles, for example. Those are principles that we work with when we're organizing in a city government kind of format. But when I'm working with an indigenous group, their principles are their traditional values. That is what they build their response from. That's what they build the solution for him from, is the traditional values that their people have, right? That becomes, and if everything builds out of those values, then there's a consistent way in which they are built across a community's response, right? So again, always thinking through, how do we build consistency, right? And what are we going to use as its foundation? And either you can come up with principles like this, the traditional values of a group of people, however you want to put that together, but you need some way, a lens of developing things out of that are meaningful to the people that are using them and meaningful to the person you're trying to change, right? Or trying to help be a different kind of man. All right, next. All right, so these, going back to what David said earlier, a lot of what we've talked about, there's some complexity to it, but essentially, this is what a CCR is in its barest bones. We discover problem in a systems response to domestic assault that diminish safety and fail to hold offenders accountable. There's a lot of ways that we're going to talk about discovering, but that's what we do. We discover the problems. We organize with agencies to solve those problems using victim experience as the starting point. And then we track the impacts to see if they worked. Essentially, that's what we do in a CCR, right? Those are the activities. Once we pull everything together, those are the 3 bullets that we focus on, right? Next slide, Jeff. What do we organize for? David.
I just want to point out, Scott, that I like how you've got that. That is, in essence, the basic tenets of evidence-based practice. Is you find a problem, you fix the problem, and then you check to see if you fix the problem. Yeah. Right? And I think you got that figured out well. Thank you.
Well, and it's interesting that you bring that up, because evidence-based practice is something that was not informing the work when we were doing it. But it's interesting, like we do use a lot of Paulo Freire's work as an educational model in our men's program, which is very similar to the mental health work that developed around cognitive behavioral therapy. But one didn't inform the other. It's just that good work tends to land in a very similar place, depending on where it's being organized from. So, yeah.
This is Matt. Thanks for mentioning that, David. But I think it also goes into how deeply we define the problem we're trying to solve.
So say more, Matt.
We are very used to figuring out the best type of bandage for the wound that we have, thinking that, well, if I just develop that better bandage, that better suture, that better whatever, not realizing, why does that wound still bleed? Why is the wound reappearing over and over and over? It's not the bandage improvements that make the wound reappear. That's
a good point. So we're going to have an example. We're getting very close to what Matt's talking about there in an exercise. So we're gonna start getting to that. And I mentioned it yesterday. We all can point to problems in our communities, but my guess is if you really did what Matt's talking about, the problem that you think is there is really not the problem. It's something you can't see, because you got to do the work to find it.
But that doesn't mean that it's also important to build the best bandage that you can, for sure.
Yeah, right. But it would be great if you could find out why the wound happened in the first place, rather than figure out the best way salve it, right? Yeah, yeah. We're gonna have Matt as the health metaphor guy of our training. I haven't had a health person on a training for a while, and I love it. I'm loving all these metaphors. All right. All right. So what do we organize for in that CCR, in those 3 bullets? Safety and accountability, policy, protocols, and practice that are consistent with our organizing principles or community values. Investigate possible unintended consequences, account for the social conditions and culture in which the victims experience the violence, right? Go back to the intersectionality conversation we had yesterday, right? If it is a white privileged woman in Duluth whose partner is an ER doc, that woman's experiencing the violence. She is a battered woman, but she's also positioned differently in the community to get resources. In fact, her maintenance from him financially is like $3,000 a month. So that's significantly different than a woman who is poor, homeless, and on the street, right? She doesn't have the access. She doesn't have the ability to transport herself to get that across town, right? She's got kids in tow. She's at the shelter, and she's being stalked by a guy who is also in the shelter, right? That woman is positioned differently and is experiencing the violence differently than that white privileged woman, right? So we can't lose sight of all the different ways that the violence is being experienced by the victims in our community. And we have to account for that in whatever responses that we develop. And then respect for practitioner discretion in these cases. This is a big one, and it's always a bone of contention, right? There are ways in which we don't trust the system to the point where we don't allow for any discretion. And I can tell you that if you build a policy that basically removes discretion from any practitioner, they will not sign off on it because they will not give up their discretion. On our end, we don't want them to. We want to allow, because there's no policy that is that good that's going to account for every circumstance and every version that practitioner is going to encounter. At some point, their professionalism as an officer, as a child protection worker, as a advocate, are going to have to come into play. So we want to allow for discretion, and we want to give guidance in these cases, right? We don't want to dictate what everybody does, although policy sort of dictates. We want to provide guidance. If the policy says you will ask questions that go to risk and context, then let's give them the questions to ask, but it's their professionalism to know how to follow those questions up, right? With further investigation. We're not going to go into that level of detail for every officer because not every circumstance is going to be the same. All right. Any questions on that? All right. Next slide, Jeff. Individual versus system issues. I mentioned this yesterday. Whoever the CCR coordinator is, this is one of the gates that you will always keep, because the frustration that professionals in government, in community agencies bring to you will almost always be attached to an individual. So-and-so officer responded, and every time that officer responds, the report is bad, and we got to deal with that officer, right? That's going to be the invitation. As the CCR coordinator, you need to resist that because it isn't going to go anywhere. You're not that officer's supervisor, right? You're not going to get to say what they do and don't do. What you can do is go in and say, all right, what allows for that officer to do that kind of work? Because that's what needs to change, right? I used to, when I used to work in years ago in corporate retail in management, one of the things that they always said is whatever's happening on your sales floor right now is what you're managing to, which was like earth shaking for every manager because we knew things were happening on the sales floor that shouldn't be happening all the time, right? But that's what you're managing to. So find out what the structure, how the structure allows for that kind of decision-making product that they're producing, whatever it is. Find out what allows for that, because that's how you'll change that particular problem. In Duluth, for example, when they first started the CCR in the early 1980s, the vast majority, this is before mandatory arrest, the vast majority of people being arrested were men of color. White guys did not get arrested for domestic assault. White guys were asked to walk around the block. White guys were asked to go stay at a relative's house. When they instituted mandatory arrest and said officers shall arrest if there is probable cause to do so, the arrest of white men skyrocketed, right? Now, the mindset didn't change in the officers on the street. What changed? The policy that guided them on what they had to do, and that policy was being supervised for compliance, right? That's what changed. All right. So yeah. So as a CCR coordinator, you're going to get problems that individuals are having. What you need to do is ask the question, how is this linked to a larger, is this a systemic issue, or is this an issue that's particular to this woman's case, right? Or is this a barrier that all women or most women are going to run into given these circumstances? That's what you're always trying to vet in your head, because you want to focus on system issues. Advocates work on issues that are particular to this particular person that's asking for help. You're looking at system issues, right? You're trying to solve barriers that many victims will run into if they have these whatever circumstances, like we're taking Johnny's example of not getting their kids back from an abuser. That's a barrier that many women are going to run into. So that's a systemic issue. That's why the system needs to get involved and come up with a solution, right? All right, next slide, Jeff. The role of interagency meetings, okay? Now I'm talking to a state that is invested in judicial councils and they have meetings and they have big meetings. My suggestion to you is that if you want the work to go forward, that you're going to have to do work outside of that meeting, because meeting 12 times a year is just not enough to solve the amount of problems that your community has, right? Now, Johnny gave an example of bringing a problem to that committee and the committee figuring it out. That committee must have some trust. That committee must have some history of working together to be able to do that, right? Not all communities are going to have it, especially if you're starting this new. So what we tend to do in a large CCR meeting, when we have them maybe 4 times a year, get input on system changes, announcements of trainings, job shifts, success launches, and event planning. And then in another community I work for, adding to that list, they do a lot of community education. So it involves all these different government people, community-based people participating in community-wide events to raise awareness about the problem of domestic violence, right? Now, in the small CCR meetings, that's where all the work is the actual work is being done. So I'll give you an example. I'm in Superior, Wisconsin, and they want a coordinated response that works. So all they have is this one big meeting 12 times a year. They said, 21 years we've been doing this, nothing's changed. So so could you help us, right? So I told them that the actual work that we're going to do to build some new policy is not going to happen in this meeting. There's conversations I need to have that are not public to the room, right? I need to talk about what victims are saying about the law enforcement response. What's good, what isn't. I don't want to do that in front of everybody, right? I'm going to do the same thing with the prosecutor's office. I don't want to do that in front of everybody. But we're going to develop a solution based on the problems that get communicated. And then we'll bring the solution back to this room to talk about it. So we spent months working with focus groups and with the police department, partnering with them to develop a policy draft. And when we had the policy draft finished, based on what we had learned from the women, we brought that to the large meeting and we said, okay, this is our draft. Give us some input, right? And so they took it home. At the next meeting we had the next month, they brought it back and they had all their comments. And the police, of course, always retain the ability to make a decision, but it was really helpful to have defense, to have probation agents, to have advocates, all giving input on this police policy and the things we might want to consider or things we might have missed. So we went back, we did a last edit, chief signed off on it. Now we've got a new policy. That policy would not have ever come to fruition because of the antagonism in the big meeting, if that's where we try to do the work, right? So the organizer, the CCR coordinator, they're coming to that meeting, right? But all of that organizing work really on the ground is happening outside of that meeting. David.
I just wanted to double check. Cecilia, did you have a question?
Thank you for paying attention, David.
Sure. Cecilia?
Oh no, I'm really sorry. I am
Okay.
going to unmute I'm sorry, my microphone. Thank you for asking.
Okay, no problem. Scott, one of the questions that comes up is you're using a term of CCR coordinator, and I don't know yet, but I don't know if anybody has that title in New Mexico. They may have the responsibilities of that, but it's going to be in coordination with, I do this and I do this and I do this, and then I go to the meetings or I'm a part of the meetings. But I suspect that when you are talking about this is this person's sole job. But I know that you're familiar with communities where they just don't have the infrastructure to support somebody in that sole role. So as you're using that term, I want to highlight that and see if anybody, I don't know if anybody does have that role in their organization. I don't think so. But if you can also kind of speak sensitively to, in the best of circumstances, this is what it is. This is this person's job 100% of the time, and beyond that.
Yeah. So Q, who was on the call yesterday, was probably a version of that because she's the coordinator for that grant project, right? But the job description that I would give that position is somebody who really understands community organizing and has the time to do it. Like, that's just critical, has the time to do it. It's not somebody who's coordinating an administrative task, right? Like, not an administrator. That's not who they are, right? They do some administrative work, but they're really a coordinator, right? They're the ones doing the legwork from one agency to the next, pulling the focus groups together, pulling the committees together to review the results. Somebody has to coordinate all of that work. And I don't want to go to, so if Matt's in the health department and Johnny's in law enforcement, I don't want to ask them to spend 1 minute of time pulling something together, because their time is valuable and it's precious, right? So I want, whenever I pull Matt or Johnny into a meeting, I want to make sure that I've got everything laid out so that when they show up, 100% of the time that they're talking to me goes to affecting a problem with their agency intervening in a domestic assault case. I need their input. because I can't develop these things on my own, but I can coordinate people together to do that, right? And then know how to strategically do that, because if Johnny and Matt have some problem with each other outside of the meeting, then I need to strategically get from Matt what I need, get from Johnny what I need without bringing them into the same room, because that's going to shut down conversation, right? I'm not trying to create an argument where there isn't one, but I'm just using this as an example. So that's the role of the coordinator, right? You're the one who's positioned to spend the time to position everybody else so that what they give you is productive, because I'm not paying Matt for his extra time to help me with this policy. I'm not paying Johnny for that. So if I'm not paying them for that, then I'm going to do all the legwork to get everything ready so that when they come in, it is a productive meeting for them to participate in something that's going to affect them, hopefully in a positive way. Does that help, David? Right? So if you don't have the time to do that, this work is going to be really slow, right? Yeah. So you can do this. I mean, there are communities that change policy in the big meeting, but it's like, if they can get a policy done in a year, that you've done something. But it's slow, because you just aren't putting the time into the work that it really requires to create a coordinated response across a community, right? It's more than a big meeting. I mean, if anything I've ever heard Ellen say over and over again, a CCR is more than a big meeting. It's a lot of on the ground work, and it's really interesting work, right? And there's probably state funds that are for advocacy, that, like there is in Minnesota, that you can justify spending it on this, right? Most advocacy agencies haven't thought to invest in this kind of work because they're investing in the frontline work with the people who are harmed coming to them, right? But this benefits them. It doesn't do it as quickly, right? As one-on-one advocacy is going to do. But instead of fixing the problem that this woman has with this guy today, this week, I'm fixing problems that women, hopefully in perpetuity, are going to have unless this thing gets fixed, right? So you are investing in advocacy when you invest in somebody to do this work.
And I think that's the most important message in this, that this is about an investment. It's not about a purchase.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I wish it was that simple, right? Again, I remember when I first started working up in Western Ontario, they said, we've seen, a couple of us have seen your CCR training, and it's a lot about all the different things that you can organize to do and the best practices for law enforcement. We can't do any of that, right? We don't have that. Could you teach us, given the resources we have, could you teach us how to organize? Because if we know how to do that, we know what our resources are, but we don't know how to pull them together in a coordinated way. So help us with that, right? And that really helped me shift this whole training from what it used to be about really going through step by step what a gold standard police policy looks like, to saying, okay, how do you create one? How do you sit down and build one, right? That's a different conversation, because not what it's going to look like in Albuquerque, I guarantee you, is not what it looks like in Duluth. Two different places, two different sets of problems. They're similar, but your resource base is different, culture is different. It's going to look different. Resource base is different. It's going to be different, right? So then, given what resources you have in Albuquerque, how are you going to put this together, right? That's the conversation. Yeah. All right. Next slide, Jeff. Okay. So this is basic. So everything we've been talking about up to this point has led us to this map that Jeff has a hard time trying to squeeze me into. So if you want to make me disappear, that's fine, Jeff. but identify and document the problem. That's the problem that comes to you, right? That's the wound that you see on the arm, right? Expand understanding of the problem and who needs to be involved, analyze, observe, interview, focus group, and identify sources of it. Why did the wound happen in the first place? Not what's the best bandage, but why did it happen in the first place? Let's figure that out. And typically that's invisible off the front end, right? You're going to have to do some work to find that out. Once you do that, then you approach and involve decision makers with a proposal for change. Exactly, again, how Johnny laid this out. You've identified a problem, right? You know the source of it. The source of it is not the offender. The offender is just executing what they can with impunity, right? Because there's no consequence for it. Nobody will deal with it. So they've left her on her own to deal with him. So the source of the problem is that the community is allowing this to happen. So how do we fix that, right? You develop a proposal for change with the decision makers, command, whoever that is, and then you pull together work group meetings with those practitioners to help develop what the solution is going to look like, right? But you can't just, say it's a police response, you can't just work with police, because what the police produce is going to be for prosecution. Prosecution has to have a hand in the solution, because they're going to need certain things, elements of the crime that have to be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Those questions have to be asked in the investigation. I don't know what the elements of crime that for this particular crime are. So I need a prosecutor to tell me what the elements are, right? That we have to make sure those questions are built into in order for this to work, right? And then when that happens, right, you're going to get a whole lot more evidence, which is going to help the probation agent figure out how to manage this individual, because they'll know how much danger this person poses because they'll have so much more information about him, right? So you can just see how down the line that builds on itself when you coordinate between agencies. But the prosecutor and the law enforcement will likely never be in the same room together. I'm going to go from one to the other and back and forth, right? Because I want complete transparency from prosecution. I want complete transparency from law enforcement. And the more people I put into a room together, the less transparency I'm going to get, right? And they have to trust me with their transparency. All right, so then we draft a proposal for change, check with any experts. Has anybody else done any work like this around the country, right? When we were trying to get a domestic violence specialized court here, what do? We sent our folks over to Ann Arbor. We wanted them to watch because they were experts. They were one of the first places to put that together, right? So we've got an idea, but we don't know if we've thought of everything. So let's go to somebody who has expertise in that, send them there, and then bring it back and say, what did you learn? What did you find? And how would we tweak that, right? So you're checking with people around the country who've already done that work. Promote, get everyone on board to implement and provide training, and then implement it and see if it actually works. That is your map, right? Your CCR map. That thing can take you, well, in a really amazing way, it could take you a day. But rarely, that could take you 5 years to get through that, right? Depending upon the problem that you're trying to solve. So, yeah, but that is essentially, again, breaking down what a CCR is. This is breaking down the map on how you actually solve problems and build solutions into that CCR. Any questions, any thoughts, any comments on that so far? Okay, all right. Next slide, Jeff. All right, so identify and document the problem. Gaps or problems could come to light from advocates. They could come from your criminal justice practitioners, right? Your men's program folks. I mean, they can come from any place in your CCR, and somebody's got a problem with something, right? They're seeing it happen in courtrooms. They're seeing it happen on the street. They're seeing it happen in a community-based agency. Like there's a problem somewhere, right? all right, I've got the problem that's been identified, but now how do I discover why it's a problem? Right? What am I going to, who am I going to have to call, involve, observe? What administrative forms am I going to have to go through to see why this is a problem, right? Somewhere in that agency, there's an origin of this. And I don't know why it's a problem. I know it's a problem, but I don't know why it's a problem, right? For that particular agency. So that's where it's going to take some work, legwork on my end, to sit and observe and do sit-alongs, ride-alongs, read through policy, read through statute, read through all of the forms that they use, that they fill out, right? Like here's an example. The Minnesota, if I'm going to get this right, the Minnesota risk, yeah, there's an acronym for it and it's not going to come to me right now. But anyway, it's a form that child protection workers would use to basically evaluate risk. And when you go down the list of all the different abuses that happen to a kid, if you get to child sexual abuse is an override, because so all these other things don't score when child sexual abuse is a problem. And then the form basically is override. Number 5 was domestic assault. Domestic assault was an override. Yet if you look at every other risk factor on that form, it's impacted by domestic assault if it's happening in the home, right? Now, I can't blame a social worker for not seeing domestic violence for the problem that it is when the forms that they use don't expose the problem for what it is. They're held accountable to the form. If I want to change the lens that the social worker looks at the problem, then I got to change the form that is dictating the lens, right? Don't worry about the worker, worry about the lens that's being created for the worker to look at the problem, right? Change the worker, you change the form. It's amazing how much forms in and of themselves dictate what people know or don't know in a particular agency about a problem, right? So it's one of the big sources that you're going to look at. So I said there's a lot of reading involved as a CCR coordinator. Gaps or problems could also be identified through reading reports, policies, protocols, practice guides, all that stuff. There are gaps in safety gaps, accountability gaps that will present themselves as you read through that. All right, next slide, Jeff. Observations is a way. So now we're going to do an exercise, but we're coming up on our break. So rather than, start the exercise and then take a break and come back, let's take our 15-minute break now, and then we're going to come back and we're going to watch a video of a sentencing hearing, and we're going to do some work on one of the ways we discover problems is through observation. So this exercise is going to put us into those shoes and see what we see. See if we can see the matrix, right? Yeah, okay. All right, so 15 minutes, we'll put a counter up and we'll see you back. All right, so we're at this exercise. One of the ways that we discover problems is observing the way the system operates. So a couple things about observations. If you go on a ride along, the goal in this context for a ride along with, say, law enforcement, or a sit along with a prosecutor, or a sit along or a ride along with a child protection worker to go visit the home of a woman and her children, is not to fix the situation or to advise. You're really there to observe what happens, right? You're just a fly on the wall, right? You want to see how these situations play out and document. Now, they're going to ask you about ideas. You really don't want to go down that road because you don't know at that point what the solutions would be. You're really trying to figure out what happens in general when these situations come up. Before you go on that ride along, though, it's ideal if you know what the policy says. because now you can see whether what the policy says is actually playing out in front of you or not. Because if they're not following policy, given the circumstances that are in front of you, then you know that in this agency, that's possible. So if I create policy, new policy with this agency, I better be darn sure that I'm building in ways to supervise that, and I should do that anyway. But now I might have to have extra attention to it because there's already some significant ways in which practitioners are avoiding following what they're being directed to do. Okay, so again, I'm collecting information. I'm not trying to solve a problem. So here's an example. Right along with an officer, and this was a community that was trying to implement what at the time was called the Blueprint for Safety, and which is a whole big protocol for all these different agencies and policy changes. So I'm on this right along, and the officer says, well, that domestic isn't going to go Blueprint. Okay, what does that mean? And he says, well, it's not bad enough. And Blueprint's a lot of work. Like there's a lot of things we got to document because that's a different protocol, a REST protocol. I said, well, tell me about a domestic that does go Blueprint. Well, if you really, like if we got some significant injuries or the guy's really out of control, then that's probably going to go Blueprint. Okay, that's not what the policy says. Policy says if you got a domestic assault, this is the way you investigate it, period. But officers on the street were making determinations about which one's going to go which way and which one's going to go that way. That's good for me to know. I don't want to point that out. That's not what I want to do in that moment. I just want to remember it, right? So that when I go to build another aspect of that policy, there's a way to talk to command about supervising it because this was my experience on the street. Officers were choosing which policies to follow and which ones not to, right? So again, that's what you're doing in an observation. You're just trying to see how this plays out, and you're looking for safety and accountability gaps as you observe, okay? Right? That's it. All right. But one more thing. You're making those observations, but you're also asking questions as to why they're doing what they're doing, right? Because you want to know if in the minds of the practitioner, what's informing the decisions they're making at the scene. Or if we're with child protection workers and we're going into the home of a woman and her kids, why do they start with what they want her to do? Right? Is there something informing that, or is that just what they think is the best thing to do? Does every worker do it? Do they do it in a different way? Why? Right? Like, I'm full of questions. I have no answers, right? I'm just trying to understand what is happening and why it's happening the way I'm seeing it happen, right? That's your purpose in an observation of practice, okay? All right, next slide, Jeff. All right, so I'm not suggesting that the work you're going to be doing is as cool as Neo and Trinity in the Matrix fighting the machines, but there is this metaphor that there's this whole thing happening behind all of this practice that we don't see. We see what's in front of us. We see the behavior, the decision-making that's in front of us. What we don't see is what's behind it, that's informing it. So here's an example. Ellen sends me to court and she says, this is when I first started. And she said, I want you to tell me what you see in the pretrial hearings that you're going to go to. Go to a pretrial hearing, it's 2 hours, some long. I come back and she said, so what'd you see? And I said, well, I said, this happened and so-and-so did this. And she said, so you didn't see anything. Ellen was not always, she was challenging, right? So I said, well, what do you mean I didn't see anything? I saw this happen. And she said, yeah, but you didn't see why it happened. I said, I don't get it. What do you mean? And she said, okay, you just watched 25 hearings and everybody knew what to do. And they all pretty much did the same thing every hearing, didn't they? I said, yeah. How did they know to do that? How do they know to do it that way? right? I said, I don't know. She said, that's what you go to. Now when you go back, I want you to start looking for that. Look for what's behind what they're doing. Why are they doing it? Start asking the questions, right? What she was trying to get me to do is train me to see system, not people, but system, right? And Ellen was she could walk in for a hospital clinic checkup and come out telling you what the system was in that building. I mean, she was an expert at being able to just quickly dissect systems. That's what CCR coordinators need to be good at. Seeing system, not people, system, right? All right, next slide, Jeff. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna watch a mock sentencing hearing. Now, in your handouts, you have I had it here now. Shoot, where'd my pile go here? Somebody, hang on. Nope. Well, I'm gonna have to look for that. In your handout is an observation guide. It has the bubbles at the top, the green bubbles that we just looked at. Anybody find it yet? Okay, yes. Linda, could you hold that up close to the screen? No, it's not the methods.
Oh, that's what I was about to ask too.
There you go. This is the one. Jeff found it. Thank you, Jeff. Could you pull that back up on the screen so they can see it? Or are you going to put it in the chat? So Jeff's going to put it in the chat if you can't find it. And it's titled what?
Observation exercise.
Observation exercise. Okay. So this is the work you're going to do in your small group after you watch this observation or after you do this observation. So I'm going to wait till people just kind of give me the thumbs up that they've got the document, because once you go into your small group, you can't pull it off chat. But it should be the things listed on the things that we ask you to print.
What will be the first few lines on it? Scott, I have this exercise involves a video.
Yeah, this exercise, yep. This exercise involves a video of a mock sentencing hearing.
Yep, thank you.
Yep. People find it? See if folks are still looking. I'm going to give you time.
Scott, I don't think this was part of what we had originally.
Really?
Yeah, Terry, can you email this to everybody? Because not everyone has the ability to get something off the chat download for some reason.
Yeah, this isn't in my chat. I mean, in my
Okay.
email, but I could get it off the chat.
Good.
There had to be one thing that we forgot to send, and this is it. This is the CCR coordinator's responsibility. All right, so while this is being emailed to you, Teresa, you're going to execute that?
Terry, are you there? I'll reach out to Terry. Hopefully we can make sure that we're emailing this in addition to, I think most people can get it out of the chat. I've never understood why some people can't get that off of the chat. I don't know if it's a Macintosh thing. I really don't know.
For mine, it hides it in my download. So I have to open it up from there. Like I'll download it and you won't think it's downloaded. Then if you go hit the little downloads, but I'm on a Mac. The other question I have for you, can one of us share it in our breakouts? Like, I don't know if any of us have sharing ability, but we could take it and push it up after we watch the video if you want us to, like those of us who have it.
David, Could everybody share that?
I'm a host right now. So Jim, can you look and see if you can, what happens when you go to share screen?
Okay. Yeah, sure. Hold on. Because I see it right there.
Just
So
make
I
sure
should-
that
If it shows up, then yes, it's already set up that way. I just don't know if it is for a non. Okay, yeah, so that can happen.
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Cool. Good idea, Jim. Thanks. It's good to have multiple trainers on a training.
Not just a pretty face here.
I told David it takes a community. All right. Could you drop that, Jim?
Yeah. Stop.
So I can
Sorry.
yeah, it's okay. So that I can play the video. All right. So before we go into small group, I'm just going to check in back, make sure everybody's got what they need, or any questions about what you're going to do in the small group. But right now, if you just want to suspend what the inquiry, and we'll just observe. Okay. So what this is going to tell you is that this is the 8th sentencing hearing that you're going to watch this day. You've been sitting in this courtroom. They all play out the same. There's 10 in total. And you're basically trying to look at how do all these players in this hearing know what to do? And why did they do the same thing 10 times over, right? What informed them? What's going on behind the scenes that I can't see, that everybody knows what to do? Now, this hearing is not supposed to be a good one. It's not supposed to be a bad one. It's supposed to be just a typical sentencing hearing that you might see if you walk into court, right? So you're going to see gaps. You're going to see problematic things that happen, and there's going to be good things that happen, right? As there would be in most general hearings. But you won't know why they're happening. You'll see a gap, but you won't know why it's a gap, right? Because you don't know what's behind it. So we're just here right now to do an observation, to see if we can see the system operating behind it, okay? And then there'll be a series of questions on that handout that you'll go through to kind of get at some of those questions. But right now we'll just play the observation, and Jeff, you want to?
Next matter is a sentencing hearing for Mr. James Peterson. Mr. Peterson is present with his attorney, Ms. Myers, and Ms. Wright, the probation officer, is also present, and as is Ms. Asmus from the city attorney's office. Ms. Wright, have you completed your pre-sentence investigation of Mr. Peterson?
Yes, I have, Your Honor, and he was cooperative with the investigation. He admits that they were both drinking during this incident. He is taking responsibility for and admits the assault. He is willing also to do domestic abuse counseling at DAIP. He is a lifelong Duluth resident. He is employed at Woodland Lumber as a machinist, where he has worked for the past 9 years. He's also a Little League coach. They have 3 children in common. Based on the assault and his willingness to attend the domestic abuse program, my recommendation is that he receive 90 days at the St. Louis County Jail or the Northeast Regional Correction Center, that time be stayed for 1 year of supervised probation under the following terms and conditions, that he attend and successfully complete domestic abuse programming, that he have no same or similar incidences, that he receive the minimum mandatory $300 fine plus surcharges and fees totaling $385, that he complete an alcohol and drug assessment and follow all recommendations of that assessment. I spoke to Mrs. Peterson and she is okay with the recommendation.
All right. And at this time, is there anything you'd like to add, Ms. Asmus?
You know, just that I've spoken with the victim very briefly as well, and we're in agreement. The state is in agreement with the recommendation. We'd ask the court to adopt it.
All right. Ms. Myers, is there something you'd like to say on behalf of Mr. Peterson?
Just that we are in agreement with the recommendation as well, Your Honor. Mr. Peterson has accepted full responsibility for his actions, and the recommendation seems reasonable and appropriate.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson, is there anything you'd like to add?
No.
Have you had an opportunity to review the police report?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson, I'd like you to understand that the crime of fifth-degree assault is a very, very serious matter, and that the consequences for you, if you do not follow your probationary rules, will also bring great and severe consequences. And I want you to clearly understand that if you violate the rules of your probation, you will do the jail time. You understand that?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Peterson, it's the judgment and sentence of this court that you be sentenced to the St. Louis County Jail and/or the Regional Correctional Center for a period of 90 days. That sentence will be stayed for a period of 1 year, and you will be placed on.
Well, all right. So some of you may have noticed that was a younger me, a little, not quite as in shape as I am now. But I was in New Jersey, and there was a person who was watching the video, and then they look back at me, and they will look at the video, and then they look back at me, and they look back at the video. And I thought, okay, it's coming, you know.
Now I want to go back and see it again. I didn't realize that.
So and I'm outing myself, and I could have got away with it, right? So anyway, the woman said, she said, I just gotta tell you, was that you? And I said, yeah, it was me. It was a younger me. And she said, I gotta tell you, you've upped your game. It's like, okay, well, at least I'm going in the right direction, right? All right, so there it is. You've seen 10 of those. They've basically played out the same way every time, right? The handout is going to guide you through a series of questions. What I want you to do is, if your number, so when you get your invitation to your group, if you're an even numbered group, answer the even numbered questions. If you're an odd numbered group, answer the odd numbered questions. If your group is, overachievers and you want to get at all of them, knock yourself out, right? Like, you answer as many as you want. But really, I want you to have focus time. I want at least somebody to get through all the questions so that we can have a conversation about the answers to what you found. So if we split it up that way, we're more likely to get to it. All right, so we'll give you 20 minutes for this exercise. If you need me to jump into your small group, please just notify Jeff through your through Zoom, and I'll jump into your group. James, you got your hand up.
Yeah, I don't remember if this actually tells us what groups we go into. Like, some of them will say you're going into group 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't remember if this one ever did. I think it just has me leave. Does it tell me what number? All right, people are saying it does. Okay, my mistake, sorry.
One other issue, Scott, is the questions aren't numbered.
Different. So I couldn't find the handout, so that's not the one I did this on. Okay, so thank you, David. Again, it takes a community, right? So so in this one, it's the next exercise you're going to do that's going to have things parsed out by even and odd. So this one's not numbered. Answer the questions. We'll give you 20 minutes to do it, and we'll come back. And I'm going to print my handouts again because somebody's moved them from the training room and I don't have them. So, all right, good. Any questions about what you're going to do in your small groups? All right, we'll see you in about 20 minutes. I'll jump in and just kind of see how, spot check on folks and just see how you're doing. Okay? All right, see you soon. All right, so did you have enough time to get through? Or did you need more time? Or this is a new exercise. And actually, after last week, I had numbered these. So the one that Jeff gave you was last week's version. I had numbered the ones that were supposed to get sent to David. So I was right. I just wasn't right with the handout you had. So sorry about that. All right, so who wants to kick off number one? What seems to be the role of the criminal justice players in this hearing when you start thinking about what are each of them doing? What's their role in this room? For example, the judge. What seems to be the role of the judge in this hearing?
I think the role of the judge was to go ahead and take the input from the people that were reporting whether the victim wanted or was okay with the sentencing. So each one gave information what that they had available to them as to whether or not the victim was okay with the sentencing and what the sentencing would be. So the judge was digesting the information that was given to him, only the information that was given to him, not all the information. And then he went ahead and he added a little caveat to it. He said, this is very serious if you do it again. In our group, we talked about similarities and things that happen in our different areas. But there was no you will attend a BIP program. There were no, there wasn't a representative from the at the table, and we're seeing that now where we're asked to join the table. We're asked to join the table and give the ODARA. A couple of other agencies had shared that as well, that they present the ODARA score to the court, and they also present the
but
other
here's the
information.
thing. But here's the thing, right? You're an observer right now, right? Don't come up with new solutions. Don't say this is what we do, that this is what they like. When you start going down that road, you're starting to lose sight of what's in front of you, right? Because in this court, that's not happening, right? Now, these are options because Johnny's got them in his head, right? Because he's seen this happen. He knows the value of it, all that can be. But what you don't know is that if in this community that you're watching this hearing, that they have the resources to do it, right? Because there's a whole resource base that goes behind a risk assessment tool, and then a resource base that gets the risk assessment tool in front of a judge, right? That all takes time, resources, money, personnel to pull it off. You don't know if this community has that. So I don't know if that's a solution that's going to be available to this group. Right now, I'm just trying to understand what they do and why they do it, right? So good. Johnny's tooling down that road, that highway, that solution highway. Yeah. Sherry.
Hi, thank you. So I was in group 2, and we had a very good discussion about different roles that were played. The judge seems to have had a good, clear understanding and explanation for each of the parties to have a good understanding of their roles in this. And it seems like he reiterated it a couple of times if they understood it. He did impose a sentencing. He had received the recommendations from attorneys and adopted it. He's supposed to serve as a non-partial, and the courtroom decorum was set because of that, to have the idea of impartiality, of equality. No victim impact statement was requested, but was acknowledged during this courtroom hearing.
Okay. Hang on, Sherry. All right. So
Sorry.
right there, no victim impact statement was evident. You don't know if it was requested. You don't know if it was denied, but it was never brought up. That's all you know, right? So what Sherry did is said, it wasn't requested. I don't know that.
I apologize.
Right? Yeah,
so
no,
maybe
I'm just,
you said the wrong word. Maybe victim impact statement may or may not have been, but it wasn't present during this video on just at least the gist of what we saw. So, and then he did a reflection of it is there may have been at least a decent job that was done. It may not be realistic to what some of us have already gone through as in our own capacities, and not trying to have that filter in our own capacities, just seeing the roles that they're playing at this. Explanation of what the defendant was wrong was emphasized during the time that he did a closing statement. And then there was some validation to the court of his role, including what the victim may have a voice or not have a voice. Not trying to put like words into the video, but that's what we have observed as a general. I hope I didn't miss anything. I was trying to take as much notes as I could.
Yeah. Okay. So that is an explanation of what happened, but I don't know why it happened. Right? So what Sherry just gave me is exactly what I gave Ellen the first time I went to one of these hearings. I told her exactly the kind of stuff that Sherry just said. But the matrix that's behind it, that tells the judge to do what he's doing, that tells the prosecutor to do what you saw her do, that tells the probation officer to do what they did, I don't know what that is, right? Like I know what they did, but I don't know why they did it. And I don't know why they did it that way, right? Like that's the thing behind it. David.
I just want to point out, Neo, the what you're asking people, and I'm not sure if you haven't come out and said it, I hear is very similar to the role of a forensic interviewer.
Ah, yes.
In terms of not making judgments, not making assessments, but just asking better questions, more questions, probing questions, not leading questions, but you're gathering information. And I think so many of us, myself included, when I see a problem, I'm already assessing how I'm going to fix it. I've got all of this. I'm going to knock it out of the park. But the investigative part, I just want to highlight that and spotlight that, because that's really clear in what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay. So, Angelia, what's your thought?
Well, I was just going to agree with David there. It's funny that he pointed that out as forensic interviewer. That is one of my roles, and as a forensic interviewer, I can do those things. But on the MDT, I take the other reins, and I want to problem solve and fix it and address what needs to be addressed. And I kind of said that in our group, like I feel like sometimes I'm a right fighter, and I'm going about this all the wrong way. So this training this week has definitely opened my eyes.
Yeah. Okay, Jeff, could you go back to the bubbles map for just a second? A couple of slides back. There you go. All right. The slide where it says identify and document the problem, where most people go from there, which would be this observation that you're doing. That's where you are, that very first bubble right there. Jump to the fourth bubble, approach and involve decision makers with a proposal for change. They skip the next two bubbles and they jump right down to solving the problem, right? What we're suggesting is what David's a great example. I used to do forensic interviews of kids for 15 years. You can't introduce evidence into the conversation. You've got to use the language that they're using, and you've got to ask good questions to get out what it is that happened without introducing anything new, right? So I am a neutral observer in that space, and it's really hard if you're a problem solver, like Angela just said, to just check that, right? All right, Jeff, thanks. Appreciate that. So here's what my lens would answer the first question like. The judge is there to stamp whatever's been decided between the prosecutor and the defense. They just say, I mean, they can say no, but very rarely do they say no. They just stamp approval, right? The prosecutor, I'm not sure what their role is in this particular hearing, right? They said they had some short conversation with the victim. I don't know what that means. Was that at the courthouse? Had they ever talked to the victim before? Are they obligated to talk to the victim? I don't understand why there wasn't more conversation there. The probation agent has most of the space in that court. They do all the talking. They make all the recommendations. So I'm really curious about when she said, because of the assault, I'm recommending this. I'm wondering, what was it that went into that decision about what the assault was and how it's linked to this outcome that she's suggesting for the court? I don't know what that is because it wasn't apparent in the hearing, right? Somebody brought up a victim impact statement, right? That's a routine part, but it was not even mentioned in this hearing. So was it requested? Was it denied? I don't understand what that piece is, right? The defense attorney, they're going to do what they do, right? They're going to support their client. So I'm not going to really worry about what the defense is saying in this hearing because they fulfilled their role. to support their client, right? And be an advocate on behalf of their client, right? So the victim is in the back of the courtroom, right? What does she think about what she just saw? I'm curious what he actually did, right? Like, I know there was an assault, but the violence was never exposed. I don't know what he actually did. Nothing was linked as a recommendation to what he did, right? These are all questions I have, but I don't know the answers to them, right? So I'm going to sit down with each one of these practitioners, prosecution, probation, judge, advocate, and have a conversation about what's informing what they do, right? Now, one of the things that, because I've done this, so one of the things that I find out from probation is that they have a sentencing form. So when I ask them, why is it important for you to tell the court about his background, his job, all of this stuff, that he's been long-term employment, his stability in the community, why is that important? Not why is it important because I don't think it's important. I don't want to have any tone, right? I want to ask a genuine question. Why is that important to convey to the court? What the agent said is that this goes to stability factors that go to criminogenic factors that we have to pay attention to in corrections to make sure that tell us whether or not this person is likely to reoffend or not. So that's why that's important. Okay, what about talking about the violence? Why did you choose not to talk about what he did? And the agent said, well, it's not on my form. I don't have a question for that. Oh, so you're just basically conveying to the court what's already been predetermined on this form. Yeah. Oh, okay. Clouds part, sun comes out, rainbows form, right? Now I see, now I have an explanation as to what role the probation agent played in that hearing. Convey, she's held accountable to what's on that form. What she fills out is what the form is asking. If I want the agent to say something different than she said, I got to change the form, right? The form is the key to this particular hearing, because the probation agent in this hearing has all the space, right? And the prosecutor is just deferring basically to the recommendations of probation, right? So, but now I want to go back to the prosecutor and I want to ask, all right, so what was this the first time you talked to the victim? And in this instance, right, the prosecutor, they were down 2 prosecutors. They have no victim witness staff in this office, and they have no paralegals assigned to the prosecutors. So they get to the victims they can get a hold of when they have time to do it. And usually what I was told is that they would run into the victim occasionally at the sentencing hearing and would have a short, brief conversation at that point. Okay, so what do I hear? Now, is that good? No, that's not good. But what do I hear? Is this a bad prosecutor? No, I hear they got a resource problem, right? There's a resource problem in getting a hold of victims because they don't have paralegals, they don't have victim witness staff, and basically the prosecutors got to do all their own legal work. Okay, that's a resource issue. It's not a performance issue, it's a resource issue, right? So if I'm going to organize something different, that's where I got to organize it from, right? Not focus on trying to train the prosecutor to be more empathetic to victims. I've got to give that office the resources to actually execute more victim contact, right? So these are the kind of things that you find behind the scenes that you cannot see in any way, shape, or form when you're watching it happen. But you generate those questions, right? That leads you to the matrix that's behind all of it. Does that help, right?
Scott, I got a question in this mix.
Yes,
that as a matter of systems, and this is just observation, but it seemed to us is that the judge really wasn't buying the sincerity of the defendant. And in that moment, it seems that the judge has the latitude of saying this sentence doesn't really match, I don't know how to describe this, the attitude of the defendant. And in that moment can impose a different sentence than what's being recommended. So where does that, I don't even know how to ask this. Where does that fit into the system? Because
okay, Vincent, you be the system guy. You're the one who's gonna, you've been sitting down with people, I'm gonna play the judge, right? And you formulate your query into a question for me to try and find out the landscape, right? Like, how would you interview me as a judge? Because I did this interview. I know what the judge is going to say, right? So, because I had the same questions you did, Vincent, right? Because what did the defense attorney say? My client has taken full responsibility for what he's done. I didn't look like I was taking full responsibility for what I've done, right? And the judge is feeling the same. So what are your questions for me, Vincent?
So the first one would be is that why are you agreeing to this sentencing? Is it a matter of financial stability for the victim? Are you ignoring the severity of the injuries to the victim?
Okay, I wouldn't ask that question because you know you're going to piss me off. so no, the first question is a good one. No, I'm not making it. I'm not accepting this because of the finance. I don't even know anything about that. I know that the probation agent has done a pre-sentence investigation, which means they've done a detailed history of this individual and come up with this recommendation. I have not done that. I know what the police, I know what the evidence says, but I don't know what that agent has done research on and the background of this individual and what is the best sentence for them. So I'm going to put a lot of weight into what that pre-sentence investigation is recommending. Now, here's the thing, Vincent, if I don't accept it, I can't change the sentence, but I cannot accept the sentence. I can reject it and make them go back. But I know that if I do that, it's going to put both of those offices into a tailspin because they've got a ton of PSIs backed up that they got to produce. The prosecutor's office has to go start over from scratch. And this is a misdemeanor case. I mean, the most he's facing is 90 days. So even if they redo everything, it's still going to be the same 90 days. So why am I going to put everybody else into a bunch of work? Because I don't like the sentence. Do I think that he's ready to change? No, but that's what the men's program is supposed to do. So I'm just going to go with it.
Oh, I got one other horrible question in this.
Okay.
I'm not hitting these questions out of the park by any means, but if the judge has got a full day on their docket, they don't want to be the interrupter to the system.
Exactly. Exactly. Because if they reject, I've been in the court in 21 years. I've seen one time that a judge rejected the plea agreement.
Okay.
I mean, it just doesn't happen very often because of the tailspin it puts everybody else in. And the judge knows that. And what's the worst thing that's going to happen? Everybody's going to have to do the same work all over again to get to the same sentence. So why am I going to reject it? Right? Okay, that's the system. That's the way, that's a reality in the system. Angela.
I was just going to ask, in your role as the judge just now, when you said, you know, that the prosecutor's done this detailed, I mean, not the prosecutor, the probation agent has done this detailed investigation or whatever it was you said, and so you've got all the information presented in front of you. Like, do you know though that it was detailed? That's what I'm wondering. Like, how much, I mean, and that's not the question, I guess, of this assignment, because we're assessing what we saw, but I mean, like, how much what happened before this point that we don't know about? Does that make sense?
I do. This morning when I came into my office and knew I had these sentencing hearings scheduled for today, I went through all the ones that had a PSI attached to them and read the PSIs. So I know what, but I did that this morning, and I read through them all. So I know what the PSI said, even though it wasn't, not everything in it was mentioned today during the hearing, but I know what was in it because I was given a copy.
Are you an invitee or a member of the CCR group as a judge?
You know, again, I'm going to speak as the judge, right? Would you be okay if the men's rights committee asked me to be a member of their committee too? Because I can't really, like, if I'm a member of your committee, can I be a member of their committee? And are you okay with that?
We've brought you to the table. We've asked you. We've encouraged the judge to participate. Of course, they're not, and they're there. And we've talked about this with, you know, it's come up, and David Garvin might have something to say about this. But you know, the role, you know, we don't talk about specific cases, but when we brought the judge, and unfortunately, the judge was on our committee before he was a judge. So our CCR group, what's happened is that he has been made available to the other levels of advocacy and services that, like in this presentation, our judge would have stopped it. You said it's only happened once, and where he didn't go with the recommendation. It's happening quite frequently here when the judge says no. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do something else. But it was because I think they knew of the resources and what everybody else had been saying. So
okay, so then the question becomes, how often is the defense removing that judge in domestic cases because they think that the judge is biased, right? Because they wouldn't be out of line to do it. I mean, that's the direction this goes, right? And the judges know that. Now, I'm not, you know, if you got a judge on your committee, you knocked it out of the park. I'm just saying most judges are going to say, no, I'm not going to be part. You can't. In fact, if they're honest, they're going to say it's like herding cats. You're not going to get us to do what you want us to do. What you can do is bring us your recommendations about what we're going to see different that's going to come to us. And we'll give you our feedback about what we need, what would be helpful to us in making decisions. But we're not going to sign a document that says, if this happens, I'm going to do this. Because there's 7 judges on our bench, and they're going to do it 7 different ways. But what we can do as a CCR is give them a consistent way, a consistent lens to look through the problem, right? So you've got something, Johnny, that most people don't have, and probably aren't going to get, because judges just don't want to go down that road of appearing biased. They're going to, it's one of the things that judges really pay attention to, is not creating an appearance of being any bias in any particular direction, right? And so if you can't get them on the team, which I totally understand, you can't organize how they receive and filter information, right? Because that's coming from all your other practitioners to them, right? So that's one way to organize judges, is to organize what they get, right? And you can go to them and say, when you get this, is this helpful? No, I don't like this and I don't like this, but I love this. Okay, I can bring it back and I can change it. But I'm not telling the judge what to do, because they're going to really resist that. James. You're muted, James.
You've been wanting to mute me for years, Scott.
You know what? I thought of the exact same thing as soon as I said that. I've wanted a mute button with you for years.
We were pretty lucky. Our judges did participate in Washington County, but we always had defense counsel always there and prosecution. So at least both sides were there. But I do know in Minnesota, some good friends of mine, Loretta Frederick and Liberty, got sued for biasing a judge when a judge ruled against the guy in child custody. And they said because of his training by them, he was biased. And they won, but it was $100,000 in attorney fees, you know, going through that and the fear. And it really got thrown out on a technicality and may even come back through. So there is, you know, some judges have reasons to be leery. But it was pretty shocking that happened. But in Washington County, our judges, and I consider my judge a scholar and an extremely intelligent person, but she felt because both parties were represented, you know, that she couldn't have came if it just would have, you know, a lot of times defense counsel won't come, right? You only got your prosecutor who will come, and then that's going to be a problem. But she was pretty good at getting defense counsel. In fact, one of our defense counsel outright the policy to confiscate firearms, right? So it's nice when it's driven by the defense counsel, there was better buy-in, but that took a lot of work from a judge to set up, but.
Yeah, and you make a really good point, James, is that the only committees that we have operating in Duluth that a judge sits on is either specialty court or committees where the defense is also present. They will not step in a room if both sides aren't there. So for that reason. So yeah, that's a really good point. Good. Matt.
So in trying to observe this particular case that you showed us, and I have zero experience in this environment, it's curious as you're talking about bias, because the bias or subjectivity that I saw in there when the judge said, do you understand the severity? The judge had a preconceived notion of severity that you, the gentleman sitting there, thought, you think that's severe? That's the body language that I saw. So there's already bias here. We want to say there's there's already bias. Who thinks what is severe and what's on that paper and how it got developed? Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's bias in the courtroom. There's no question about that. What judges are balancing is perceived bias. Judges feel they're not biased into it, but it's the perception that they're trying to manage, right? Yeah, good. All right, so are you starting to see the lens of the observer? And it's challenging, right? Because you want to solve the problem when you see it. And there were plenty to solve in what you just saw. But that's, you're skipping a few steps if you do that. And the risk of skipping the steps is that if you don't know what the actual problem is, your solution might not actually be sustainable because it doesn't address the actual source of the problem. Or the problem continues and then you think it's a personnel issue, or the solution has unintended consequences for a particular group of people who are trying to access that system and it doesn't work for them, right? Because you jumped right to the solution. So those are the risks of shortcutting the time spent to identify the sources of the actual problem, right? I'm just trying to see if there's any question on here that we haven't really covered yet. So what is the matrix? If you were to, if now having watched this, right, and you were going to try to tell somebody else how to do this, how would you articulate it? What are you trying to name, or discover in these hearings, as opposed to what happened? How would you articulate it? Anybody want to take a shot at it?
I would articulate it. This is just a rubber stamp. This is just something that, you know, it's going to go throughout the day, and you already know the outcome. You already know what is going to, if they have 10 of them, they're going to get exactly what was presented the day before. So there's no, the judge is there just to rubber stamp what the individuals, and I assume the rest of them are, you know, the judge had got the report. It's going to be, you know, it's just a matter of a formality that, you know, that we're seeing.
Okay, so, but I can influence the formality. There's a way for me to change the way the formality plays out. But the only way I can do that is to understand how it got to this point first. When I get how it got to this point, now I can know how to influence, how to change it, so it looks different when it gets presented, right? But if I don't know what's informing people behind the scene, then I don't know how to change it. I know what people should do, but I don't know how to get it to happen, right? So then I get into, like, Jim was a probation agent. I could go to Jim and I could say, well, Jim, why don't you ever talk about the violence? I mean, how is that not important, right? I could frame it that way. And now Jim and I could argue about what's important in the courtroom. And Jim could tell me what I've heard from a lot of agents. Look, our judges don't really care. I mean, if you just, kind of thing. So I'm going to take that and I'm going to go back to the judges and I'm going to say, all right, when you get a pre-sentence investigation, it has a lot of stuff about who he is. Is that helpful to you in ordering pretrial release conditions? Let's say we're out of a sentencing hearing, but we're in a pretrial or arraignment hearing. So is that important to know? And the judge will say, you know what, that pretrial release investigation, they all sound the same to me, right? And I got this risk form that says he threatened to kill her, but it doesn't tell me how he threatened to kill her. Like, I'd really like to know how that happened. Because if I'm going to order him to not have any contact with his family, was this just something he said walking out the door? Or did he actually do something, right? Like he said, like one of the judges said, I got a risk form put together by a probation agent that said that he had a log chain in a fishing boat down in the harbor with her name on it. And the police officer went down to the harbor and found the boat, found the log chain, and found her name tagged on it that he had showed her. Now that guy, I want to know he did that, because that makes a difference to me as a judge. But if you just check a box that says he threatened to kill her, I have no idea what that means. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that, right? Give me some context, right? Okay, that's helpful. Now I can go back to Jim and say, this is what the judges are saying about our risk form. It gives them some indication, but they want the context behind these risk factors. They want to know how he did it, right? Sexual coercion is a risk factor. I want to know that he chained her to a radiator nude for 2 days and raped her. I want to know that guy versus the guy who is forcing his wife to have sex with him because it's Friday night. I want to know the difference between these two guys, because I might make a different decision based on who this guy is, right? But if I don't know that, I can't do it, right? So give me context. So those are where those conversations go when you're, but the judge isn't going to say that if probation's in the room. I'm not going to hear it that way, right? I want the judge to have an unfiltered, this is what it is. Then I want to go to probation and I want to hear it unfiltered, this is what it is, right? And then I keep all of that in my head. And then I start working to put a solution together that's going to satisfy everybody in that room. David.
So another thing that I'm hearing that you are saying that I just want to amplify or put a spotlight on some of these things is so many of us are used to the big tent solution. Like, we're going to deal with this. We're going to deal with the problem with you, Scott. We're going to talk in front of all your peers.
I know.
Right. And in our breakout group, I asked that question that if you had a performance issue, do you want your supervisor bringing that up at a staff meeting, or do you want to have it brought up in supervision? And I think when you put it in that context, it makes a lot of sense that we don't want to deal with problems in the big tent. We want to deal with the solutions in the big tent and say, hey,
exactly.
This is what we have.
Exactly. And practitioners have reiterated that so many times. I mean, I'm down at someplace in Wyoming, and I'm observing a team meeting, and this deputy comes in, sits down late for the meeting, and points at the director of the advocacy center and said, I want to know how many domestic violence investigations you've done, just out of the blue, right? And she said, well, I said, Deputy so-and-so, we've agreed that this is a coordinated response and that it takes all of us to do this. So I'm wondering if you could state the problem that you think is on the table. He said, he just completely ignores me and goes right back. And so this is the space, right? And what I hear from another deputy about that deputy is that he got embarrassed in a big room about an investigation he did, or he felt embarrassed. The intent wasn't to embarrass him, but that's what happened, because he got questioned in front of the whole criminal justice system about a decision he made in a case, and he was pissed, right? That's the kind of stuff that goes to what David was talking about. When the intent is never to make it worse, but it's what happens so often when you bring up the problem as opposed to the solution in that tent. So good analogy, Dave. David, do you have any more? Because your microphone's off, so I just want to. Okay.
I rest my case.
I rest my case. All right.
I do want to point out that in addition to a much younger you in that video, we also had a much younger Minnesota representative Paymar in the background there.
Yes, yes, he was sitting way in the back. Yes, Michael Paymar. Okay, all right. So, what has anybody done observations in their community like this, with this intent behind it, or is this new?
Yes, I've done it.
Okay, all right. Johnny's done it, but it looks like your community is moving along the track. So you're further down the road because you've done some work and so you've got some infrastructure going. So that's good. Anybody else? Okay, so this I'm guessing from the silence that this is fairly new, right?
It's part of like Ellen's your whole safety audit things, right? I mean, the same philosophy. All right, thank you.
Yep. Yeah, you don't want to go in and solve a problem. You want to go in and find out. Basically, to Jim's the language Jim is using, you want to audit the response to see what you can see. So here's an example. I'm in the back seat of a car of two social workers going to visit a mother who, a new mother with an infant who had been badly assaulted by her partner. And she had got an order for protection and the guy is now out of the house. And I asked the two workers, I said, so what's the goal today? So when I'm watching you do your work, what do you hope to accomplish? And they said, to get her to leave the house. I said, okay, so where do you want her to go? Well, we want her to go to the shelter. Okay, so what happens if she doesn't want to leave the house? I know that's just like air, and that's what's going to happen. And they said, well, we just hope she leaves. I said, oh, but what if she doesn't? What's the next thing you're going to go to? Well, I mean, we could always tell her that if she doesn't leave the house, we could pull the kid. I said, okay, so what about having a conversation the way that we talked about it in the training, where you're actually looking for her strengths first before you have to pull the kind of nuclear option, right? And they said, we don't know how to do that. We just have no framework for approaching it that way, right? Okay, well, that's really good information to know, right? That it's not that they don't want to, but they don't know how to do that. And they don't have anything in their toolbox that is built around building a conversation with a mom who's been assaulted and to find out what her strengths are, right? What her protective factors are. They don't have that, right? So I'm not, again, going to look at the two workers and think, oh my gosh, how do you be licensed social workers and you don't know how to do that? It's not in my head. What tools can we create to position those workers so when they get to that moment, they have something that they can draw on that gives them direction about a conversation like that, versus either you do what we say or we're taking the kid, right? Question. Anybody else have any thoughts, comments? Can you imagine yourself doing this or having the time to do it? Why doesn't anybody want to talk to me? Anna, what do you think? Anna Quintana Sanchez.
I mean, I think that something like this is something important for people to find the time to do, because I think a lot of times people get so comfortable just kind of doing the same old thing. And like you ask people, I don't know, just the way we do it. Like, you're right. the PSIs are just the PSIs. And it's like, well, why is this information on there? Because, you know, that's just the way we've always done it. That's the way it is. And I just think that the more we evolve and, you know, into learning new things, like I think that's just going to make everything better. So yeah, I think that's important to move away from just kind of, that's just the way that's the way it is.
Are you in corrections, Anna?
I'm in probation.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So you might appreciate this story, right? So I asked pretrial release. This is like 18 years ago in Duluth. I said to the pretrial release agents, you almost never take a domestic assault on pretrial release. Of anybody should be on pretrial release, it should be some cases of domestic assault. So why don't you do that? And Anna just said it perfectly. I don't know. We've just never done it. Okay. So at some point, this had to happen, right? So I keep talking to more seasoned agents till I find somebody near retirement who tells me, well, here's what, okay, Anna, right? You're appreciating it. So the person near retirement says, well, here's what happened. About 25 years ago, we took a domestic guy on pretrial release and he almost killed his partner. So we all decided we're not going to get embarrassed by that again. So we're just not taking domestic assault cases. All right. Look at all the workers who are doing what they're doing because somebody 25 years ago got embarrassed because somebody stepped out and committed an assault. That decision that was made is not in the heads of the people doing the work, but they're doing it that way. And they don't even know why, right? Because nobody's even told them what the history of that is, right? This is the stuff you find over and over and over in systems, right? Because a decision's made decades ago and then generations come through and do it because that's the way we do it, right? Your job is to find out all of that stuff and then imagine different ways. Now, Anna, what's your role in probation? What do you do?
I'm a program manager over actually one of the specialty courts in our court.
Okay, so do you have some supervisory capacity?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So one of the things, Anna's a decision maker. So if I want to come up with a new idea, Anna's going to be a resource to me because she's in a position to either make a decision or influence whoever ultimately needs to make a decision because she's in command, right? When you go to the frontline worker, what's their experience? And when you say, hey, I got a new idea, right? It's typically, yeah, I don't want to hear it. Because every 3 months, my division has a new idea that I got to learn something brand new, go to training and execute, and I'm tired of it. So what I want to do is just keep everything status quo. I don't want things to change because that means I'm going to have to learn something new and do something new, right? So typically the frontline worker is not your resource to imagine new ways of doing things, unless they're that extraordinary worker who wants to put more time into domestic assault cases because that's where their passion is. Then they're an ally. Then you can go to them, right? But I don't want to go to patrol in law enforcement and ask what a new policy should be because they're not going to support it. Then I don't want them to go to the lieutenant before I ever get to the lieutenant and say, hey, let me just tell you, let me give you a tip of what's coming down the pike, right? And we don't want to do it, right? I don't want them to kill it before I ever get a chance to present it. So there's all of these strategic things that if you know what the reality is of frontline workers and of command, right? Then there's going to be things I bring to command. There's going to be things I bring to the frontline workers that I need to know, but I need to know what to bring. Because if I bring the wrong thing, it could kill an idea before it ever gets off the ground. So those are the strategic kinds of things that you need to think through, and you have to know your community. So if Anna is the person who takes the time to come to this training, then Anna's going to be somebody who's a resource to me, an ally. And I can call Anna and I can say, you know what? I want to interview some frontline probation agents about this. How should I do it in a way that isn't going to either create some resistance but really get to what I need to know about their experience working with, say, victims of intimate partner sexual assault, if that's the issue, right? So Anna's going to help me craft those questions so that I get the most of what I need and don't create undue resistance on the front line that she's now going to have to deal with because it's going to come back to her. So those are those kinds of strategic kinds of decisions and organizing that you make once you get into the matrix, right? And you're starting to try and figure out how to dismantle what we've always done and introduce something brand new. How do you do that and not shut it down before it starts? That's why it's important to, and this is an invitation to David, that if you get a group of people in New Mexico who want to start doing this work or are positioned to do this work, that you even have like a forum for them to get together and talk about these things so that nobody's doing this in a vacuum, because it's really hard to do in a vacuum. Even when you got like years of experience. When the pandemic hit and we had to go from in-person groups to online groups, I felt like I was in a room and I didn't know where the light switch was, because we didn't have a way of connecting with victims like we normally would. So I didn't know what they would think about us talking to a guy that could be in the house with a victim in the other room. It was really hard for me to figure that out. So we had to take the time, right? How are we going to talk to victims? What victims are we going to talk to? What offenders are we going to talk to? What guys in the group are we going to talk to? There was just a lot of thought that had to go into that before we ever made a phone call, because we didn't want to put somebody in more danger than they were already in, right? Doing that in a vacuum can be difficult. Any thoughts, questions so far, where we're at with discovering the problem through observation?
Yeah, Scott, it's just Rod, Nambe Pueblo. I just wanted to share again.
Trying to find you. There you are, Rod. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, I just want to say, I think all of us are observing. We're in observation, and every day of our life in this capacity of work. And as you said, and it is very tedious because it's time consuming. It's a process of relationship building. It's a process of knowing your community, the concerns. Again, we know their concerns, but then again, we did a community assessment with a few that were involved, and a little bit more came out. And so again, it's just seeing how to go about to get these players. And then just yesterday, we finally got our law enforcement. I mean, we're a small community here, and we're a native tribe here. And so we rely on the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and we also rely on the Bureau of Indian Affairs, law enforcement, and social services. So again, the challenges that go along with that, and it's always a transition. New people come in, we get things in place, people go, and then now they come. And so now, I mean, just exactly like you said, yesterday, there's no coincidences. Things happen for reasons.
Yes. Yes.
These things happen for reasons. And so the chief was out there, and I gave him a packet of our resources. And he wants to meet. I mean, he finally said, well, I'm going to retire within a year. And I want the officers that are there come and be part of this. So we have that dialogue discussion now. I mean, we've been trying for years and kind of thing. And then he just honestly and openly, that's the thing of it, this relationship building. And say, well, I'm old school, I don't like Zoom, I rather face to face. And so I said, well, we can do that, maybe once a month or whatever. I mean, so he's with that. And then again, his thing was, well, I wasn't vaccinated. That's why I didn't come around, but now I am. So all these personal, and like I said, we're all humans, we have our roles as our jobs and what we have to do and all this, but then we're all humans. We all have our families. We're all, fathers, parents, brothers, whatever, So again, this is a process of time. It's taken a while, but eventually, just like with the judge here, I mean, that everything is part-time here, and so again, at the moment in time, it's about giving. My thing is about giving her the resources of what's available here with the services at the time, and so again, building on that. So again, it's a slow process of building what you're talking about. And the CCR, I have CCR for years when I was here, but then it changed into more of a collaborative network system than an actual CCR,
Yeah.
So now we're revamping, and now we have new players, new staff in place to get this this involvement and going. So again, just go with the flow and do what's there, and just continue to just have that mindset. And I mean, this opens up a lot of different ways of looking at things. I mean, that's the creativity I've always expressed. Be creative and innovative. Just do things and things will happen. Just build that relationship. But first, you got to do your own work first. So thank you.
Yes, you do. That's great, Rod. I really congratulate you on not giving up. Right? I mean, a lot of people could have just said, you know what, it's taking too long. Person's not coming to the table, but you didn't do that. And it takes persistence. That was another word that I was thinking of as you were talking, is that you were persistent and patient in the work you were doing. It also reminds me, I was in a working with a tribe in southwestern United States, and I interviewed the tribal attorney, and I was interviewing everybody, all the kind of different players in their government system, and the tribal attorney said, "Well, you don't really want to talk to me." And I said, "Why not?" And she said, "Because I'm going to say something that I just say this stuff, and then advocates never invite me back." I said, "Well, I want to hear it. Like, what do you say that nobody likes to hear?" And she said, "I think with every order for protection that's issued on our reservation, that a gun and guns training should go with it, so that every victim has a firearm." And I said, "So why do you think that's a solution?" Because once she gets that order, we don't do anything to support it. She's on her own. So if we're going to leave her on her own, then at least give her a firearm to protect herself from when he comes knocking on the door. Okay, so I'm not going to go with the firearm solution, right, down that road. But now I've got a deep frustration and feeling from this tribal attorney that just says, "I'm done with this," right? Like if we're going to put women out there and not support them, then at least give them the means to protect themselves. All right, we need to change something in the structure so that the women have the support, so that the firearm option doesn't have to be on the table, right? Again, she was expecting me to lecture her on why that was bad, on the fact that she shouldn't suggest that, the fact that, because that's what always happens when she brings it up. What I heard was a deep, deep frustration with how things go for women who are experiencing domestic assault. And that is helpful. I can use that to help motivate other folks in that government system to reimagine, right, how this is going to look for victims of domestic assault going forward, right? Yeah, good. All right, fascinating work. I tell you what, there is never a dull moment. The Matrix is almost as exciting as the one in the movies. When you get into it, you never stop learning, and I love to learn. So it's rich work. So the invitation is, and Rod just kind of articulated it, but you've got to be patient. Our boats out here on Lake Superior, biggest body of water that in the world out here. I had a government person say to me, "You all in advocacy, you're like a speedboat. You want to go 90 degrees the other direction, You just turn your wheel and you're going 90 degrees the other direction. Government is like an ore boat. It's like a 1,500 footer coming across the lake. You want to turn that boat, you need 3 miles to get that boat before it's turned 90 degrees, right? That's government. Speedboats have to understand that ore boats can't turn that fast. You've got to be patient with us, right? That's a northern Minnesota metaphor for government change, right? Ore boats. But that's a good way to kind of imagine it, right? We want change today. That's just not how it works when you're working with governments, or if you're working in community culture, right? People are tied tightly to what their interpretation of what values are in the culture, and they're just not going to give them up because somebody makes a different suggestion. So all of it is going to take time, more time than it does to work individually with victims. All right.
Outside of the Great Lakes area, you might have to spell the word "or" for the clarity to come. It's not the kind of ore that you put in the water.
No, it's ore boats, like iron ore. There we go. Iron ore boats. There we are. Thank you. Thanks, David. Yes. All right. Okay, so let's move to the next thing. All right. So the observations is one way to start noticing problems and getting back to that matrix. Another way to expand the understanding of the problem or even discover problems is focus groups. So this is what David brought up earlier in the day. So, so if I need to know about forms, if I need to have access to women who've experienced the violence or any victims who've experienced the violence in the community, who has access to them? Who controls access to the forms, the policies, the procedures that I need to have, that I need to get to? What relationships do I need to form to be able to have access to those? Do I have a good relationship with the shelter? If I don't, I need to have one, because they serve all of these people who come for help because of what's happened to them. They're a huge resource. If I don't have a relationship with them, I need to build one, right? So how will focus groups with survivors and offenders or frontline practitioners expand understanding of the problem? Next slide, Jeff. When you're doing a focus group, this is some of the detail. And again, you'll have these slides, so you have this list. But when you're planning focus groups, now you've got to the point where you've agreed to do them with your team. Everybody knows that you're going to do them. Nobody's going to be surprised the fact that you're doing focus groups on, say, the law enforcement response, because they already know and they've agreed that this is a good idea. So that's where you are at this point. So who has access to survivors? What time and venue will survivors show up to, right? Most of the advocates can tell you what a good time for a group might be: mid-afternoon, evening, whatever, right? What common experience are you looking for? You have to give direction as to which survivors you want to speak with, right? So I've done focus groups with women who on leaving, like women who left their partner. I had a room full of those women and was asking about that decision they were making. What led up to it? How did they execute it? What was it like afterwards? Did they go back? Why? Did they leave again? How did that go? What did it take to stay out? Like, I wanted to have my head around women leaving. So that was the group of women in that room. Or are you wanting to find out women who've intersected with the human service system, with a faith tradition, with the criminal justice system, right? What is the common experience that you're looking for? Because that's, you have to tell whoever has access to those survivors how to narrow down the search, right? What will survivors be told about their role in the project, and how will they be paid? Okay, you can't ask survivors to come to a meeting for 2 hours, talk about one of the worst things that ever happened to them, and not compensate them. Oftentimes they are women who need resources, and you're asking them to spend resources to get to your meeting, whether it's childcare, taxi, bus, gas, whatever. You're asking for them to expend resources, so we need to give them resources. One of the hardest conversations for me to maintain my Gandhi place was when I was arguing with a Office on Violence Against Women grant manager that the $50 that we'd built into the VAWA grant to pay for focus group members was too much, that we should lower it to 25. It's like, okay, you're driving me crazy right now. You're giving us $350,000 and I can't pay, right? Kind of thing. But anyway, we won the argument in the end. But you build that into the grant. So when you're writing your grant, you need to think of that right up the front. How many focus groups what might we want to do, and what's the budget for paying for it, right? All right. How will the focus groups be recorded? This is important in a multitude of ways, right? So we always audio record focus groups. Now, when we shifted to that, before we were audio recording groups, we were having people take notes. And I got really frustrated with the note taking because it wasn't capturing everything I heard the women talking about in the room. It was capturing the highlights, but it was the highlights through the lens of the person who had the pen. And I wanted all of it because those highlights were held together by stories that were getting lost because there wasn't enough time to jot all of it down. And the stories is really what was compelling about what the women were talking about. So we went to recording, and there was the obvious question was, women don't want to be recorded. Survivors don't want that on record. Well, in all the years I've done this, other than the focus groups and interviews we did around intimate partner sexual assault, those were done without recording. Those were done with notes. But every other focus group I've ever done, I've never had a single person say, I don't want this to be on tape. Because they know that before they even get there, right? That this is what's going to happen. Now, what's important about how you record it is if you're going to get it transcribed, which you really, I think, need to do, then A, who's going to pay for that? Build it into your budget in the grant that you're writing. The second thing is you got to know what recording device to use so that the transcriber can actually use your recording. If you give it to them in a format that requires them to take their hands off the keyboards and stop and start and go back to the keyboard, it's going to take them twice as long, right? So our transcriptionist actually is somebody who works for our agency. It's one of the things that she does. And she wants it on a cassette tape or a DAT recorder tape because she can hook it up to a machine and control the tape with her foot pedal. And then she never has to take her fingers off of the keyboard. Okay, I'd have never known that. But that's the conversation you want to have. If you're going to get it transcribed, what's the format that we record it in before we give it to the transcriber to make it more efficient and cost effective? What snacks and beverages will be available, right? When the women show up. What support will be available after the focus group is over for any women who request or need it, given the conversation that was had. Who will be there at the focus group? And if it's about, say, the government systems, I would not have government representatives in the room. That will filter what they say. And then what will be asked, right? So you want to sit down with a committee of folks and say, what are the 6-8 core questions that we want to ask this group of women? Most of what you learn will be follow-up questions from those core. Really, the core questions are an outline of the breadth of information you want to cover. But all of the follow-up stuff is really where all of the content is going to come from. So you're not just asking 8 questions. the 8 questions frame the scope of the content that you want to get to in this particular focus group when you're thinking about writing those. Johnny, you got your hand up.
The focus group you're talking about is with survivors, and you mentioned earlier, and I don't know if I didn't understand or catch it. Do you also do focus groups for offenders? And if so, do you pay them to attending the focus group?
Yeah, what we do is typically, because we have 7 men's groups going at one time, so we'll have facilitators kind of identify the guys that have done enough work to give us some analysis about who they were when they started and who they are and what it took them to get to where they are now. So, or if it's a criminal justice issue, whatever, they're not a brand new resistant guy. They've done some work. So then what we do is, instead of paying for that group that they would normally get, we give them credit for a group for coming to a focus group, and then they don't have to pay, right? So they get a free group basically for participating in that conversation. It doesn't last longer than the regular men's group, which is an hour and a half. But yeah, they're really valuable because they could tell you all kinds of things about how they got away with things, how they would respond if this was the intervention, what got in the way of their change, what helped their change, like all those things are really helpful. So I'll give you a funny story, Johnny. We had some folks from England here, and we did a couple focus groups with men in our program, and they were going to be part of it. And the first night we come in, and we had 6 guys lined up, and 1 shows up, and the other 5 guys were incarcerated. And it's like, oh my gosh, this is a way to showcase your program. The majority of everybody ends up incarcerated before your focus group. That's good. So that's one of the downsides of those focus groups, but you're persistent, right? You set up other ones. All right. So any questions, if you go back one, any questions on planning focus groups, if you were to do this in your community, any questions that you have? All right. Now let's move to.
Did
you want to go ahead? Back?
No, you go ahead.
Okay. That was Lester?
Yes.
Your mic's
sorry.
on. Did you have a question? Okay.
No, I didn't.
Well, we want to make sure that you don't talk about anything confidential across a nationwide meeting, right?
Wow, that was weird. Sorry.
That happened one time in a training where the person's mic was off and she didn't know it, and she gets a call from a client, and we're like, whoa, 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 whoa. We're scrambling for the force mute button, to help her out. But anyway, okay, so next slide, Jeff. Conducting the focus groups. Framing your questions is important, right? So there are the questions, there's the scope of what you want to know, but then are you asking it in a way that's going to resonate with the group that you have before you? So again, you're putting thought into how to frame the question. Maybe you have to lay out something. So here's an example. I'm doing a focus group about, in this community, the law enforcement agency would ask the woman, did you want us to call the advocacy program or not? And where I am, what's organized is that law enforcement doesn't ask the question. They just call up the advocacy agency, and the advocacy agency calls the survivor. And if they want to talk to them, they do. And if they don't, they don't. So that's how it happens. So now I'm in a community where it happens in a different way. So I said, I'm curious about your thoughts around law enforcement asking you for permission to notify the advocacy agency. Now, the reason I'm curious about this is because in some places, how it's organized is that law enforcement just does it. And then when the advocacy agency calls, the survivor gets to decide if they want to have that conversation. In your community, it's asked at the point of arrest. on scene. Is that a good place for you to be asked that question, right? And then it led, so that was a way for me to kind of frame, why am I asking about this, right? So that they understood why I was asking it. And then they gave me their answers. And then we had a collective conversation about that particular intervention, which was fascinating, right? But if I just ask, is it good or bad that law enforcement ask you this question at the scene? I don't know. I mean, it's what they do. I don't know anything different. Why are you asking, right? Think through that stuff before you get to the room. Follow-up questions is where most of the content comes from. We talked about that. Make sure all participants have a chance to speak. You're always going to have women who are readily able to tell you what's going on, and you're going to have women in the room who are going to need an invitation to the space. So as the facilitator, I want to make sure that I'm giving space to everybody because they made a heck of an effort to get to that room. I don't want it to be where they walk out and didn't have a chance to say a word, right? Create a conversation that builds on itself rather than questioning one survivor at a time. Again, this is a technique, right? I don't want to go around and say, okay, I want to hear from you, then I want to hear from you. By the time it gets all the way over here, you've kind of forgot what the original question was. I want to start with somebody and say, so tell me what your experience when you called 911, what were you hoping to have happen, right? And then once I get that answer, whatever it is, then I would say, so for the rest of you, what were you hoping? And then people begin to have a conversation. That's what I want, because you'll see how one woman builds on the conversation that was just had by one, then another, and you just get a deeper and deeper understanding. And they get a deeper and deeper analysis of what was going on in their life, because it's a collective conversation, not just I ask the questions, you answer me, we go to the next person, right? I don't find those as informing as when women can have a collective conversation in a focus group about a problem that was put in the room. And know when the energy is waning. And it's usually about an hour and a half to 2 hours that people are going to run out of gas. And so if you need to have schedule another group, do that. But just kind of pay attention to when things begin to wane in the room. So any questions about conducting a focus group? I know for many of you, this is new stuff. So, but basically asking you to imagine yourself in that role. And if you had to do it tonight, what would your question you want answered before you walk into the room? Ron, how about you? If you had to do a focus group tonight, what would you want to know before you go?
Well, thanks for putting me on the spot. I mean,
no problem.
I just think that where everyone's comes from, I mean, their background and that type of information is critical to be able to build the bonds that you need, I think. I mean, not that you need a bond in a focus group necessarily, but
you do
kind of have an idea of their background so you know how to get the information you're seeking.
Yeah, so what Ron's talking about, that should all be done in the planning phase, right? You should, because you've already kind of narrowed down who you want to hear from, right? And now you're talking to the advocates about who they found for your focus group, right? So that conversation, great. How about you, Erica? What are your thoughts? If you had to go do a focus group tonight, what would you want to know?
This is a little new to me. The population I work with in probation is mostly like DWI, not so much DV. So as Ron was talking, I was trying to figure out in my mind, what would I want to know? So this is a lot harder for me than most of you guys. So.
Well, okay, so Erica.
I don't know.
Here's a question I have for you. If I'm going to do a focus group in your community and you're a probation agent, what's the thing that you experience from survivors that you'd just love to know why they do what they do? What do you see them doing time and again that you just would love to know why does that happen that way?
I guess I would say in the cases that I've seen, one case in particular, why do you keep going back? He's out of the home. He's not even living there anymore. Why do you continue to reach out knowing that that's such a toxic environment and a relationship? Definitely, just why? You know, I know everybody has different situations and reasons for why you know, they stay involved with these offenders, but yeah, why? I think that's a big thing. You know, is it because of resources or a lack of resources, or I mean, just why?
Okay, so now I'm on a committee with Erica, and she's representing probation, and we're coming up with a focus group idea, and this is something that I'm guessing Erica and her colleagues all would love the answer to, all struggle with in relation to survivors, right? So then I want to sit down and formulate, how do I want to ask that question in the room, right? And how am I going to frame it so that the survivors in the room know why I'm asking it, right? So this is off the top of my head, right? I could say, well, so one of the questions that people within the system really don't understand and can really frustrate them and cause some judgment towards survivors is, why did you stay in a relationship longer than they thought you should stay? Or if you left, why did you go back? So what are some of the experiences that you had, you're thinking around, how would you answer somebody's question about that, right? And just see where we went. And one of the things that was really helpful to me when I asked that question in a focus group, because we've done that, is a woman said, what people don't understand is that they think I'm in love with the guy who's beating me. And that's not the guy I fell in love with. I didn't fall in love with his violence. I fell in love with him. I fell in love with the things about him that he showed me when we started dating. But when he's controlling and he's violent, I don't love that, right? It's more complex than, do I love him or not? There's things about him I love, there's things about him I don't, right? But it's hard when you love somebody and you're afraid of them, right? Now that's really helpful to me, right? To help me think through a different lens than would be mine, where I'd say, well, hey, you know what? I would just leave if somebody said that to me, right? But okay, completely apart from domestic assault, just given our experience as people, right? How many people on this call have stayed in a relationship longer than you should? Right? It's what we do. And the complexity of our answers to that are on the continuum of the women that we serve, right? Don't see them as something that's completely different than us. This is part of the human condition. I fell in love with his thoughtfulness. I fell in love with his attention to my children. I fell in love with the fact that he supported me, right? I didn't fall in love with his hitting me, right? That's not what I love. Yeah. All right. Any other questions about conducting the focus group? Okay. Analyzing focus groups, right? So now you've done the focus group, you've had it transcribed, and now you've got the document in front of you. How do you sit down and analyze the content, right? So who's going to transcribe and redact? Talked about that. Who will be on the analysis team? Now, this is an important question because Erica, because she's working as a full-time probation agent, isn't probably going to have the time to sit down and read 100 pages of transcript from a focus group. So there's two layers to this. There's the analysis of the full focus group, and then there's the report that we produce that is an abbreviated version of this for system people, right? Who don't have the time to invest. So typically in our community, it's going to be a group of advocates that get together and read that, that focus group transcription. And what we're going to do is the third bullet there. We're going to all come up with what we think the themes are, that what things that the women keep saying over and over and over again. Those are the themes. And then we're going to meet after we've all read it, and we're going to compare themes. And we're going to agree that these were the main themes that the women are talking about, the main things that were the problems that need to be investigated further in whatever community setting that we're talking about. So who will format the results into a report, and what should it say? Now, typically what we do, we will take a theme. Law enforcement, for example, is not arresting on violations of protective orders. That's the theme, right? Then we'll take quotes from the women and put those short quotes underneath that theme to give the theme context for the reader so that they can see what the women were saying. We don't put long quotes because we don't want to do anything that would identify a particular survivor or her situation, right? But 1-2 sentence kinds of quotes underneath the theme to give it context. Who will see the report aspects of it? All right, if I've done one on 911, law enforcement, prosecution, and probation, I'm giving Erica the section on probation. I'm not giving Erica the section on law enforcement. I'm not giving her the one on prosecution. Going back to what David said, right? In some way, this is a performance evaluation. I'm not sharing somebody else's performance evaluation with another person. So I'm focused on, with Erica, on probation, because that's her work. And that's what we're going to talk about, is what the women said in that particular part of the focus group. And then how it will be used and set an agenda for further work change. So what Eric and I would do is talk about the focus group and the themes around probation, and then set an agenda for further work. I don't know what it means, right? At that point, I don't know if it means new policy. I don't know if it needs a new protocol, structural changes. I don't know what it means, but this now is our agenda going forward to figure out what needs to be shifted so that the way that Erica's agency operates doesn't make it less safe for victims or harder to hold him accountable. But I also want to do it with Erica so that whatever solution we come up with also is in line with Erica's goals as an agent. So that it doesn't double her workload, right? That if she's going to spend more time on a case, then it has to have a net result that's better for the agency down the road, right? And I can't do that without Erica at the table, because she knows her job, I don't, right? So that's the partnership. So in a nutshell, this is kind of the planning, execution, and analysis phases of focus groups, right? What we're going to do as an exercise after lunch is I'm going to give you an excerpt from a focus group, which hopefully most of you have read. If you haven't read it yet, it should only take you about 10 minutes. Read it over lunch. And that was one of the handouts that you got. And I think David's checking, so I'm hoping that that one was sent. But read that, come up with the themes that are in there. And then when you get into your small groups, you're gonna do basically the analysis piece of this. You're gonna sit down as a team, and you're going to agree upon what are the themes in this focus group that we would want to highlight for the system that we're trying to intervene with. Okay.
Scott, this is the one that says focus group notes excerpt at the top of it?
Correct.
And so, yeah, everybody should have that. You either got that in your initial email or the one that Terry sent to you again today. And just to make your lives all easier, I will drop this into the chat on top of all of that, just so you have it.
Okay. So again, if you haven't read it, if you could take time over lunch, and we're actually going to break early for lunch because I don't want to get into that exercise before lunch. So you're going to have an extra 10 minutes of lunch that you can use to read this if you haven't read it yet. Okay. All right. So Jeff will put a counter up. Any questions before we break? Okay. So Jeff will put a counter up so you know when to come back. And when we come back, we will go into that small group. So be on time when you come back because we're going to set those small groups up soon after we return. And we want you back so that we can get you into that group. So, all right. We will see you in an hour and 10 minutes. Okay.
Hey Scott, we're gonna just we're gonna pause for a commercial break here, and I'm gonna turn it over to Terry.
All right.
All right, everybody. Hey, nice to see you all. Welcome back from lunch. One thing that we were discussing is we haven't really talked about what we do here at the Coalition. And so I just wanted to go over that really briefly. Thank you all for joining one of these trainings. That is something that we do at the Coalition. So we at the Coalition were established in 1979, incorporated May 15th, 1981. We at the Coalition hope to achieve a coordinated local, regional, and statewide response for domestic violence through collaborative work such as this, and to create a network of member programs that consist of domestic violence service providers and other allied organizations and individuals. We are, as mentioned, a membership organization. We do have principal members, which are our domestic violence direct service, solely focused on giving services to survivors of domestic violence. We have organizational members as well that align with our mission and would like to take part and would also like to take part in our trainings and anything that we have going on, and also sometimes participate in our membership organizations, membership meetings that we have 2 to 3 times a year. And so there's a lot of benefits with that. We do have a new outreach membership coordinator, Rochelle. And so if you are interested in membership, please let me know. We can direct you to Rochelle. So we do definitely, like I mentioned, focus on collaborating with agencies and advocates in the areas of also program development, public policy. That is something very important as we are entering the legislative session. We focus on educating and training our advocate programs and community members. If you are interested in any training, you can also reach out to me. If there's something specific or an area that you're looking for, we do provide also technical assistance. So we do a variety of things at the Coalition. And we just wanted to do an overview to let you all know what we do. And again, we are so excited for you all to be here. This is one of the trainings that we're really excited to move forward with David Garvin also being a new member of the Coalition. So thank you, David, for all of your work and bringing in Scott. And if you have any questions or concerns, please feel free to email me. I will put my email in the chat. And I think that that's pretty much it. Pam, if you're on, if I missed anything, please let me know. But other than that, please enjoy your training. And
thank you, Terry. That was great.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you,
Got the green
Terry.
light.
Thank you, Terry. And one of the things I want to say to everybody on this call is if there are ways that we can help you and support you implement what we're talking about, if there's other trainings that you'd like to see, if there's specific questions that you have about your community, let us know. You've got Terry's email. I'll pop mine into the email, into the chat as well. Reach out to us. Let us know what we can do to support you in doing this difficult work.
Yeah, because we need it, right? Nobody's going to do this alone. So yeah, access all the resources you can possibly garner. So good. All right. And it's good to have a good, strong coalition in a state, and New Mexico has one. So you are all fortunate. Okay. So I'm guessing there was some furious reading going on during lunch break to catch up on the focus group notes. So we want to move into that. So you all have read through the focus group notes. You've made your comments about, what is a theme, what isn't. I always have a highlighter pen when I'm doing focus group transcripts, because it helps me kind of highlight the stuff that I want to pay attention to that seem like maybe a theme, and then I look for more evidence of it, right, as I go through. So even different colors of highlighters and pens when I go through those. So, all right, so what we want you to do in your small group is to have this conversation, recreate the kind of conversation that you'd have if you were to actually do this in your own community. Now, you're only getting a short snippet of a much longer focus group transcript, but it's enough to give you a sense of how much you can learn that you never would have known had you all of a sudden Jeff made me large on the screen and it's throwing me off. Looking at myself that close, just anyway. When you're going through the transcript or the conversation with your team, the discipline that we talked about with the observation is the same discipline you need to have as a lens for reading this transcript. It's going to feel like, and it's even harder in this context, because now you're going to read, or you have read, survivors saying things like, nobody's talking to me. I don't know what's happening. The probation agent never called me, right? And it's going to feel like that's a problem for her, but you don't know why it's a problem. I eventually did all the background work. I dove into the matrix on this one. I know what all the backstories are. And I know why these things were happening. But you on this end of it, as just the first time reading it, you're there to identify the problems that women have identified that happen when the system intervenes in their lives, given the fact that they're experiencing this ongoing abuse or threat from their current or former partner. Okay? Don't solve the problem. Document the problem. Document support for the problem. But what this is going to give you is a map to further explore why this is a problem. You won't know why it is reading this particular transcript. Okay, so that's going to be the difficulty, is just keeping that basically investigative forensic lens, as David put it, as you go through the transcript. All right. Maybe I should say it one more time. Forensic lens. Don't solve problems, document them, okay? Any questions about what you're going to do in your small group? Okay, so we're going to give you about, I'll check in with a few groups, but we're going to start with 20 minutes. It may go to 30. Depending on where you are in the process. We really want you to flush through your whatever conversation you need to have to get through this exercise. So we'll start out. You might see me come in to your group in about 10, 15 minutes, see where everybody's at, and we may extend it if depending on where you are in your conversation. Okay? Because I want to make sure you have adequate time. All right. Jeff will send the invite. Again, have somebody in your group kind of designated as the lead, the kickoff for the conversation when we come back as a large group. Again, anybody can participate, but somebody starts the conversation for your group. So make sure you pick that person. All right, invitation should be on the way. 22 seconds and everybody will be back. Were you able to check yourself, Perry?
Well, I took that bait so quick.
So who told you to hit the brakes? Was it Christina?
I caught myself.
Very caught
okay,
himself.
all right. All right. Well, Perry and I were just joking. Perry said he took the bait almost immediately to start fixing problems the minute they started the conversation. So, yeah. All right. So how many folks struggled with keeping that discipline that not to fix the problems? Angela, how about you? See you nodding your head.
Yeah. They had to correct me too. That's not what we're supposed to be doing.
I can see your whole attitude about it too. Okay, all right. They said they're not supposed to be doing this. Okay.
It's hard.
Okay, so what made that hard?
I mean, I don't know. That's just my personality, and that's what I've been saying. Like with this training, is showing me that's maybe not the right way to go about it, and so it's really going to have to be a lot of self-check to maybe be more productive in addressing these things.
Yeah, and do you see, Abigail, how important it is to have like a group? Because if we're left to our own devices and we start going down that road and there's nobody to say, whoa, I think we're getting too far ahead of this. You can get too far ahead of this, right? So it's really helpful to do this collaboratively. Yeah. Anyone else have that experience?
I think the problem with me was, trying to solve the problem, of course, but I came from being a victim advocate. So I was always, helping victims. And like, when you read through this, I was thinking, oh, this should have been done. I would have done this, I would have done that. So it's kind of, going back to my past experience.
Yeah. So that's a really good point, Olga. So if you find yourself saying, this is what I would do, you've just walked away from the process, right? Because in this thing, we're just saying, what were the problems what were the things that the women said that for them was a problem? And then that gives me my agenda to go do further investigation to find out why, right?
Right.
Yeah. Others?
I would just add, Scott, that I think this exercise really pointed out how you were prepared by being a forensic interviewer to do this work. People on this call are fixers. We see a problem and we fix it, and to do anything other than that like goes against the grain of who many of us are. It's like if you've got a general physician and you put them in a room and there's sick people there, they're going to want to do something to help those people. And what you're talking about is still in the diagnostic stage, not in the treatment stage.
That's probably a better analogy than I had. I had the one where you've got somebody who's a barber walks into a room with a whole bunch of people who need a haircut, and they're going to cut hair. But here's my bridge. The person shouldn't just start cutting hair. They should ask, why did you end up in this room in the first place needing a haircut? Right? Like you got to get what's behind the problem that's in the room, right? And get to the whys. So what were the themes once you all kind of worked with checking whatever needed to be checked? What themes that came up for you in this focus group excerpt?
One of this is Javier Argueta with Metro Corp. One of the things that came up in our group was the lack of communication. I believe the survivors wanted information on their current, the status of their mate's probation and so forth. And so that came up. I know that, you know, here at Metro Court, there's a lot of information that we cannot divulge. We do have, you know, confidential policies and so forth. So, you know, but that was what we saw, or what I saw. And I think that was kind of what took up a lot of our discussion, was that, you know, a lot of the survivors wanted information that unfortunately we can't pass on.
Well, okay. So Javier, we don't know what information they really needed, right? One thing that they did say that they wanted to know is he doing the programming he's supposed to do, right? Like, he was ordered to a program. Was he actually going? Did he finish? Did he not? Right? Didn't know. So there's some things that they could know, right? But not everything, maybe.
Correct.
Well, we don't know, right? So where was I going to go with that?
I think some of the theme that I saw was that they wanted to know how their treatment was going, if they were, you know, how they were doing in treatment. And unfortunately, we can't divulge, you know, hey, he attended 4 sessions last month, he's doing great, or he's not doing well, and so forth. There's some of that information that unfortunately we can't divulge.
Well, you can't, but the program might be able to, that he's going to, right? So again, within the CCR, there are limits that are different with each agency. So in Duluth, our probation doesn't divulge that either, but we do. So, and he has to sign a release to come into the program that allows us to do it, or he doesn't get in.
Okay.
So, so that's how we organize to make sure that she knows and can answer. We can't say what he's saying in group unless he threatens, right? But the content of the group is private. But his status in the program, the groups he's attended, is he active, suspended, any of that, that's all, she can know that at any time. So again, like, when the women in the focus group did know something, who was telling her? Is the offender. Like, they were asking their abusive partner, like the example, she walks in the house, there's a vodka in the refrigerator. She says, well, I thought you were on probation, you can't drink. He goes, well, my agent was over and didn't care. So, and then you see what I did, right? When she said that, I said, how do you know that the agent checked the house for alcohol and didn't address it? Well, because he told me. Okay, right. I need to know the source. Did the agent actually tell you that, or did the offender tell you that? Because there's a big difference in credibility there, right? So then you get this theme that when the women do know something, it's coming through the filter of the abuser, right? Which is not a reliable source for the system. Yeah, fascinating. Other themes.
I guess
Go
to
ahead.
expand on what Javier had to say, we found in our group where Perry was, lack of communication amongst agencies as well. I mean, on one hand, they noted that probation thought that the class, the batterer intervention program, was testing them for consumption of alcohol, but that apparently wasn't happening at that agency. And in another sense, they pointed out that no one realized that he wasn't attending the batterers intervention program until a couple months after he had stopped attending. And so there was a lack of communication, it appeared, amongst agencies as well.
Right.
As it
So
was
I like the way Ron put that. Apparently, like, you don't know that that's the case, but it seems to be the case. So now what you're going to do is you're going to go in and you're going to ask the men's program to say, how do you communicate about the participants in your program? If they get suspended, if they are attending, what communication goes to the referring agency about the attendance here? And how does that happen, right? I don't know. I've got something I need to investigate. I need to know more about, but I don't know if that's the problem, right? All right, what else did you find? Good.
Kind of piggybacking onto that lack of communication, we also noticed that roles and systems weren't clearly identified or explained. So like they didn't know if it was the batterer's program's role to do X or the probation or the court or whoever. And then they didn't understand how the system worked. Like some of them didn't understand that their deferred sentencing didn't mean they just got off scot-free or what, you know what I mean? There was a lack of explanation in that lack of communication.
Yep, right. So again, the problem is that survivors didn't know how the system worked. They didn't know what his sentence meant. But I don't know where the source of that problem is, right? So it could be the advocates, because that's one of the things that the advocates do. Interestingly, the women in this focus group weren't connected to advocates right off the bat. It took a long time for them to get connected to the advocacy program. Why? Because law enforcement was going to the scene and saying, do you want us to contact the advocate program to call you? And every single one of the women in that focus group told the officer no, right? So they didn't get connected. And then what they said in the focus group, the longer one, the transcript you don't have, is that they wish the officers would not have asked them that question at the scene and would have just had the advocacy program call them, because they didn't know enough at that point to say yes or no. So they just said no, right? So there's a problem right there. The advocates could have been the liaison for the system and helped them understand, but because of a police policy about asking for advocate contact at the scene, they didn't get that. Again, that you'd have never guessed that was one of the sources of the problem of survivors not knowing how the system works, but that was one of them. Yeah. Sherry.
We did finally got to narrow down with the 3 themes after trying to remove the hat of problem solvers and healers all the time. So there is definitely a highlight of the need for a coordinated response, that the lack of communication led to hoping that we need to make somebody accountable, even systems level, or in a view of lack of or limited accountability of the system handling the care that they had as victims, and in turn making the abuser not accountable in the system that they were, or the perceived notion that they're not testing, they're not being held accountable to the recommendations or the order being enforced, those kind of things. There's a lot of a theme also that we agreed that victims not being heard, or victim not having contact with the system that are making the decisions for them. Like there seems to be a lack of information and not being included in the systems that are deciding for them. The other part is the mental health, substance use concerns that were brought up in the transcript, that we may not know the backstory of what the process or the procedurals are for each agency, but victims felt like nothing was being done, which really to help abusers, even with their situations, if they have a mental health concern. So I think if anybody in my group kind of like wants to chime in, let me know too. So I think that's where we wanted to like focus on is that there was a highlight of the need for that, a liaison or somebody that will help with the bridge the communication gap, because if there is a lack and limited information or communication being told, then there's an assumption that there's no accountability either, and that the abusers are going to get away with whatever they're going to get. And ultimately trusting the system. We're not going to trust a system that's not going to help you, or that's nothing going to happen anyway.
Right, right. Okay, so let's take Sherry's group's identification of the mental health issues of the guys. Now, this was a fascinating thing, because not only in this excerpt, but it came up in other conversations in other parts of the focus group. And consistently, every woman in the focus group had a mental health explanation for why he was violent. And that was confusing to us. Like, how did that happen? Like, I've done lots of focus groups and never had that, like everybody thinking that it was a mental health, like it's bipolar or depression or it's, alcohol, like it's all this stuff. How did that come to be? We had no idea, right? So this problem, this source of the problem will explain a number of things that you're all talking about. So the probation department, we're making referrals to a local program. Well, before I get there, I just want to say this too, that when Sherry talked about how this community really needed a CCR because of the lack of coordination, this community had over 20 years of a coordinating council. Coordinating council working for 20 years. But it was never focused on anything that would help victims in this space, right? It was about like, are you prosecuting enough of these cases? Are you arresting and like, and then arguments and all this, but nobody was actually going to the people they serve and saying, what are the problems when this system intervenes in your life, right? Over 20 years of work. And this is the result, right? And you just read a small excerpt, okay? So, all right, let's go back to that problem I was talking about. Probation would make a referral to a local men's program. That local men's program also had a chemical dependency component and had a mental health component, which were actually the bigger pieces of what that program was organized to do. The men's program was a small little addition to what they were doing. Okay, what we found out is that when we went to the advocates and said, so when you're working with women in group, education and support group, is there any conversation about mental health concerns and violence? And they said, no, we don't talk about that. We talk about the power control wheel, we talk about all that kind of stuff, but not that he's mentally ill. Okay, so it's not coming from there. Then we went to the other place, which gets named a number of times in the focus group, that he went to this program, or he's been going to a counselor, but he's seen that counselor for 20 years, and then is kind of thing. So okay, this program, what they were doing is that they weren't making any money off guys going to their men's groups, because that was a cash group, because they couldn't charge insurance for that. So the guy would come in for an intake as a referral from probation, and then they would, in the intake, assess for mental health. Then they would diagnose him with something, or something that they thought that he had, and then they'd put him into mental health treatment because they could bill insurance and they would make more money. And the men's program was just, some of the guys didn't even go because they didn't have to. But the other piece was, probation just assumed they were doing a great job. They never actually checked, and they never actually just expected more communication about what the guys were doing. So that confusion, I thought they were checking for sobriety, because they do chemical dependency treatment, right? I don't know if that's a good or bad assumption, but it's an assumption that wasn't actually happening. So then what was happening is that either the abuser or the program was calling the victim and saying, well, we think he's bipolar and we think he needs to get help, but he's not getting in. So then what it did with the survivors is actually created this thing where they were feeling sorry for him for not getting the mental health treatment that they thought he deserved to get better, because nobody was supporting it. So it's this amazing chain of events that happened from the way that this community-based program was operating, and creating all kinds of gaps between abuser and survivor, between abuser and the state. And it was a mess, right? So that was one of those pieces. Another piece that we found out that was a cause of some issues is that the probation department had a state requirement that they think they had to attempt to call the victim at least 3 times. So when we asked the shelter, how does probation do with contact with victims? They said they're great. If a victim needs to get in contact with them, they're great, and they follow through, and we have no complaints. Okay, well, how is it that every woman in the focus group didn't get called? Like, if they're like, what's the gap here, right? So I go talk to the supervisor of probation, and I said, well, they're required to make 3 calls to the victim. If they eventually don't get a hold of her, they're not required to continue to try, but, leave a message. Okay, so I said, can you show me how that's done? Did they make 1 call a day? Did they make 3 calls a day? And he goes, well, somebody might make 3 calls in a day just to get the 3 calls in. Other people might do 1 call a week. There was no template for that, basically. Each agent was deciding how to do that on their own. So they had 100% compliance to attempt to contact every victim, but their success rate in getting a hold of survivors was less than 50%. So, so again, right? Yeah, they're diligent, right? But they're not successful. So how can we work with that to make sure that there's a tighter ship when it comes to how they approach victim contact? These were the problems behind that we could not see in the focus group, right? And again, just to reiterate, when you jump to the conclusions and say, this is what I would do, right? Or this is why they didn't do it, you actually don't know until you go out back into and start having conversations, do observations, read protocols, whatever it is that's guiding practice, and figure out what's the gap here, right? We know it's a gap. We just don't know why it's a gap. David.
So part of this, I think, is about system predictability. And when there isn't system predictability, I can't tell a survivor, what you're saying would never happen. It's like, all of us now know what happens when you try to get on an airplane, when you want to get on an airplane, and if somebody was to say, well, I got on an airplane and nobody ever had me walk through a surveillance thing or had me take off my shoes because of a guy named Richard Reed. One person can change the world, and Richard Reed did that. But the predictability of this, and then we leave the facts in the hands of the perpetrator. He could have said anything. He could have said, the probation officer did look in the refrigerator and saw the vodka, and he said, you might want to try keeping that in the freezer because it'll never freeze and it tastes a lot better when it's at a colder temperature. And the guy could say that to his victim and sound really credible. But if there's no system predictability, we can't say that would never happen.
Right. In fact, to your point, David, one of the survivors says something about she understands both sides because her son was on probation. And she said, something to the effect of, it can go either way. It depends on the agent you get, right? So the minute you start hearing that, then there's a lack of consistency in how they approach these cases.
We had a man, one of the times that I sat in court, and by the way, one of the things that came up during this is, if you haven't yet sat in court as a system partner, go sit in court. Just spend an afternoon sitting in court. Even if you'll never do it again, it'll give you an idea of what's going on there. We had a man who, when the magistrate told him it's against the law to beat a woman, and he named the township, the man's response to the magistrate was, I'm moving. And we later learned that he moved to a community that was what we would call a batterer-friendly community. They've cleaned up their act since then, and have done a significant turnaround. But he just said, "Okay, then I'll move. If you say I can't do this here, I'm going to go somewhere where I can."
Wow. So yeah, so you didn't have statewide laws. You had laws by township.
There were well, yes to both of those. There weren't state laws at that point. There were local ordinances. This is kind of back in the 80s when all of this was kind of blossoming. But even when there is a state law, there are still communities that are known for more collusion than others.
Yes.
And if you talk to perpetrators long enough, they'll eventually start to tell you, this is how you get around that. This is what you look for, whether it's through law enforcement, through the prosecutor. In my community where I live, you can go and get convicted of domestic violence and have to go to a weekend program, or maybe even just a 1-session program, drive 30 miles, same conviction, you're on probation for 2 years.
Oh.
And so it depends is the answer, and it's accurate.
Yep. Yeah. Well, we got that same thing in Northeast Minnesota. So yeah, we could drive to those places. They're an hour away. Yeah. Okay. Anything? Yes, Javier.
You mentioned something about a defendant not being able to enter your program unless they sign a release of information detailing that the victim or the survivor can get that information.
Yeah.
Is there a concern that at a certain point, the victim or the survivor will continue to have that third-party connection to this individual to the point where once he completes that program, they're going to reconnect because of that?
No. So tell me, you think that if she continues?
Yeah, because if she continues to follow his treatment in, saying, okay, this guy's doing great. He's attending all his sessions.
Oh,
we're not
saying that.
Okay,
we don't use the word great.
Okay, well, let's say he's in compliance. He is in compliance. He's attending 4 sessions, and she continues to be informed consistently because she has this release of information. Is there a concern that they're going to possibly reconnect after he completes his treatment due to the fact that she's basically kind of been informed that he's in compliance or he's doing well?
Yeah, good question. No, so really in our program, and this is our experience, it could be different where you are, but in our experience is that really the only women that are asking for his attendance, or what his status in the program, are maintaining contact with him. Like they're already engaged with him. Most women are just like, I don't care what happens to him. I don't done, finished, just don't contact me. But here's where it's important. We know that when a guy quits going, like he just absconds, he's off the radar, right? She has no idea, right? So the minute he gets suspended from us, we send a letter. So if you'd be the probation agent, Javier, if you're supervising a guy in our program and he gets suspended, we send you the suspension letter. We send a copy to him and we send a copy to her. So she knows in the same time you do that he is suspended from our program, because that puts her at risk, because we don't know what else he's doing, right? That takes it off of your hands, Javier, so that you don't have to be the one to contact the victim immediately and let her know. We do that right up front, right? Now, the other reason why a lot of survivors call our program with men they're staying connected to is, hey, he got suspended for lack of payment, but I give him the money every week, to go, right? And what is kitty corner across the street from our men's program? A casino. So how many guys over the years have taken the money that she gave him to go to the men's program and headed to the casino with it? Now she finds this out, right? So he's been suspended. Now we tell his probation officer that. Yeah. The other piece is, this is an example. Guy comes into our men's group and he was there as a volunteer. And he sits down one night. He seemed like he was high, but I wasn't sure. couldn't smell anything. He sits down and he says, you know what? Everybody in here has been ordered to a program like this. I haven't. I think I'm going to go get ordered. And he gets up and he walks out. Okay, we immediately stopped group. We get on the phone with law enforcement, with the victim, and with the probation agent to say he just left our program under the threat that he was going to use violence against her. We called her, let her know that we didn't know if it was true. We didn't know if he just walked out, right? But we want you to be aware, right? And so when we called law enforcement to go to her house, they found him on the way that walking to the on the way to her house, right? Now he hadn't committed a crime, but at least they intervened with him at that point, and he never ended up going there. But that's the reason why you're going to want to maintain contact as a men's program with survivors, so that those kinds of moments are seamless when they come up. It's just you've already got the phone number, you got the contact information, you've already made initial contact with that person, and you can make it easily again if you're required to, right? So again, it's about a community response. It's not, I'm not going to dump everything on probation to do all the communication. We're all going to take charge of that, right? David.
One of the other tenets behind what Scott's talking about, Javier, is the understanding of what's referred to as empowerment philosophy, which is what survivor-based organizations understand and practice on, which is to not withhold information from her because she might then use that to get back with him, but to give her the information and with an understanding that she's going to do what she wants to do. So we're not going to make that decision for her by withholding the information.
Yeah. Yep. Good. Okay. So now that's a really good example, Javier, that, okay, so that's in your head, right? I wonder if that's a problem. Who can I call in the CCR to see if what I'm thinking might be a problem is actually a problem, right? Or is it just something that I'm worried about that actually doesn't have any traction, right? So that's what a team does, right? If Javier's on it, this same community you read this focus group on, their district attorney had a practice that the guy would get arrested for a domestic assault. He would go through whatever adjudication process, get a conviction, and then go through all of the programming that he was supposed to go through. And then at the end of the programming, before the end of probation, he would make him do 60 days in jail. And I said, so what's the thinking behind putting him in jail at the end of the process? I just want to remind him before he's done and off paper that this could happen to you. Okay. I don't think there's any research that would back up what you're doing right now. And in fact, I think it's actually counterproductive to what you're trying to achieve here, right? So again, but he just thought of it. He didn't ask anybody. He just did it, right? But that's what a team can do, is help ground us, because we all know different things, because we have different lenses to the work. So good example. All right. Any other group want to share what you came up with? Janae, how about you? Has your group gone?
Janae might be offline. She had a couple things she had to do, but
oh, I can see her.
Oh, is she?
I'm here now, but yes, I had to prepare some documentation, so I didn't make it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Janae was wishing her camera was off right now. Anybody else want to share how was the process of naming the themes, right? As opposed to, oh, Olga, you have your mic off.
Yes. One of the things I wanted to say, and you've covered everything that, that we came up in the group with, but one of the things is that from what I saw was that one of the problems was that each agency did not know what role they played. You know, like, you know what I mean? So let's say like one agency thought that the BIP was supposed to be providing substance testing, substance abuse and alcohol testing. You know, so that's what I took it as like, they don't know what they're supposed to be doing for, you know, each role, what role they play in the case.
Yeah.
So that's what I can say.
Olga's got help. So it's a really good point, Olga. So in a CCR, everybody's role gets defined, right? Everybody knows what role they play, and what agencies are all going to be contacting the survivor, and for what purpose, and when, right? That should be coordinated, right? So it's not all happening within the first week of the arrest. So she's getting inundated. Another thing, the defense, they're going to have, they could likely have an investigator call up the survivor about the case defending him. And what do they say? Hi, I'm from the court, and I've got some questions for you about the case that you reported to law enforcement. Don't identify that I'm part of his defense team, right? They aren't required to. So who's telling her that she doesn't have to answer any of those questions? And that anybody who calls her, she has the right to know who she's talking to, right? And if they don't want to tell her, then she doesn't have to say anything, right? Who's telling her that? That's part of the process that she's going to go through, that you have to think through, like, whose responsibility is it going to be to let her know, right? Is it going to be the advocacy program? Is it going to be, it won't be victim witness. They won't get into that, right? It's going to have to be probably a community-based agency to talk to her about that kind of thing. But again, there's like a whole list of things that are going to happen after she calls for help. Got to know what that list is, right? And who's going to do what, when, and how.
And then just kind of one other note on all of this, with kind of like the lack of communication and the victim feeling kind of like her own island, so to say, is then because she didn't feel in control, so to say, or because she didn't feel in the know, she went back to what she could kind of control, which was, I'll take him back because at least I know what to expect.
Yeah.
Versus right now, I don't know what to expect, and these agencies are failing me and not following through. So I might as well just go back to where at least I can predict, you know, what will happen.
That's such a good point, Caroline. I was going to bring that up earlier and it just like left me. So I'm so glad that you did, right? That's what I said yesterday. Criminal justice agencies get frustrated with survivors because they don't follow through. But now you can see a clear example that when those agencies don't communicate, don't engage with the survivor, then she's left on her own. And one of them said, it's like living in a horror movie. Like he can pop up at any time, at the Walmart, in my car. Like, I don't know when he's going to show up because I don't know where he is, right? Or to Carla's point, the other woman who said it's just easier to move back in because at least now I know what he's doing, what he's thinking, and I can protect my kids. And what is the thing that we get frustrated about? That she goes back with him, right? Well, why did she go back with him? That particular woman did it because she had no other support from the rest of the agencies in the community, right? So yeah, it's such a great example of that. So do you see how much information, like compare what comes up in a coordinating council meeting versus what you learned from the focus group? How would you ever know those things sitting in a round meeting 12 times a year. Yeah, you just, it wouldn't come up, right? You'd never know. So that's why those focus groups are so crucial, because you'll learn things you just never would have known.
Scott, one of the things I just dropped into the chat for everyone is about the dangerousness of BIPs giving completion certificates. I'm not sure. I'm guessing you've seen that from David
I haven't
Mandel.
seen that one. No. Is it a research piece or opinion piece?
It's at least an opinion piece, and ask Jeff if you download that for Scott. But it goes to, if the only one who's giving the survivor information is the perpetrator, you know, I've heard just horror stories about programs giving these certificates, and he comes home and he smashes it in her face, literally or metaphorically, saying, "I'm cured now, and you know, there's nothing else that I need to do."
Yeah. Or what a lot of the survivors said is that he's waving that. It's always some sort of like thing, right? But he's waving that in custody court, saying, "I have successfully got my certificate for the men's program, so I am cured. I am ready to have my kids unsupervised." And that is not what that certificate means. But somebody gave it to him, and that's not what it means now in custody court, I can tell you.
Yeah, and it goes up on the refrigerator. It's a reminder to her. I've even heard of cases where the man, when he was charged with a first offense, he comes home and says, everything that happened prior to this doesn't count because this, in the court's eyes, is the first offense.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Javier.
So our DV-STEP program is getting certified through our AOC here at the state of New Mexico. And part of best practices is that we do have incentives and do give certificates for completion of phase 1, 2, 3, and so on. How would you, or how would we remedy this? Instead of giving certificates, what would be a better option?
A completion letter.
Just a completion letter? Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything about, there's no language that goes to the notion that he has changed, that he's like, all you know he's done is completed the required number of courses. That's it. You don't know if he's actually changed.
Absolutely. Okay.
David, any thoughts?
I do, and I think, I know, Javier, and you've talked about this, and Scott, I don't know if you know this, but Javier and Jim Henderson were the probation presenters for our CCR session.
Oh, I didn't know that Javier was. No.
Yeah. But I think that's one of the dynamics that comes when you take a structure like drug court and kind of move it over into a DV court, is there are things that don't translate very well, such as, you know, the celebrations that come with completing something in a drug court isn't the kind of thing that should be done in a DV court.
So David, we're not giving out medallions?
I agree.
Not giving out medallions, certificates.
Yeah. Nope. Yep. Right. Perry.
I agree.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you. And David, we quit giving the completion certificates years ago because of that very reason of not only physically waving in their face or presenting it, but, you know, trying to get custody, etc. So, and I was going to say the same thing you said, Scott, is that they get a completion letter to their PO that they've completed a program.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So let's take this from the government, right, into an indigenous community where you're not, where maybe you either can't deal with because it's federal law that you're dealing with, and that's a heck of a wall to try and organize. But you're trying to organize within your community. So it's the same thing, right? You need to know how the women are experiencing the violence in your community. What does it mean when he hits me? Where do I go? Do I have a voice? Is there someplace I can go and talk about what's happening to me? If I can, who is that? And what makes that possible? If I can't, what is the barrier, right? What's in the way of me opening up about what's happened, right? In a lot of small communities, it can be because there's a lot of relatives, right? If I go to the hospital, I'm going to his cousin who I don't want to tell what happened about, to me, right? One community I was in, every single person I talked to for this first part of this week said that the women in our community are really violent and you got to deal with them. And I always hear that, but it was like more than what I usually hear. This was the same place where the tribal attorney said that they should give a handgun to every woman who gets an OFP because we just leave them on their own. Okay. So another thing I know from doing a lot of focus groups with women who've been arrested is that when there's no resource for them to call, they end up being more violent than they were if there was somebody to call, right? So all that's in my head. When I went to the cultural center, I asked about their people's values, what they have to build on and draw on that's distinct from the power and control wheel, basically how colonization is imposed. And they talked about how their people were matriarchal and that there are all these ceremony that young women go through to learn how to carry the weight of their people. And so towards the end of the week, I had dinner with a woman who was an elder. And I asked her about what's it like to grow up in a community where you are told that it'll be your responsibility to carry the weight of your people. And you go through this whole series of events that lead to this. And then you marry somebody or you move in with someone and they beat you into submission and they take all of that away. And she looked at me and she had tears in her eyes and she said, we get very angry, right? So this is a component, right? That wasn't, I mean, the narrative that people were saying is that women are violent, women are violent. Women were on their own. There were no place for them to go, right? And so that was a piece that on a community level had to be created. Where's the space that they're going to go? Who are they going to talk to that's going to listen and be confidential, right? And what resources are there for dealing with the fact that she's experiencing this violence at home if she doesn't want to utilize the federal government to deal with it, right? So again, I know we talk a lot about organizing government systems, but there are also the same kinds of questions, the same processes that can be involved to figure out what do you do within a community outside of government to organize space so that victims are safer and it's easier to hold offenders to account, right? Yeah. Good. So any thoughts, any questions on any of what we've done so far? We've done observations, we've done focus groups to try and discover the problems that lead us to the investigations to find really what the sources of these problems are. Where is everybody at? What are your thoughts, questions, concerns, comments? All right. You don't have to have any. So what we'll do is we'll take a break. We're at our break time, a little past. So we'll put 15 minutes up on the clock, and we'll come back and we will finish up the day with how institutions get organized. Okay, so before, just coming back from the break, just open it up. Any thoughts, questions, comments that you have so far about the process? Are you imagining your community being able to pull this off somehow? Do you think it would be of value if your community embraced some of the things we've been talking about, some of the activities of a CCR? And are you beginning to see the difference? I'm just throwing all kinds of questions out there, see which one you want to answer. The difference between a council and a CCR as we're talking about it.
I know I really do like the approach, and we hadn't done it, but we're going to, is bringing in the focus groups, because the focus groups is the true voice of what is needed, what the victims are asking for, and we can be that conduit with the with the CCR group, saying this is what we have gathered. We're kind of like the walking survey monkey, right? We got the questions, we get that information, and we're able to put it on the table and let other people know. And it's a good way, without actually pointing a finger at somebody directly and saying, this is what you didn't do. You didn't, but as especially when working with law enforcement is kind of like working with a baseball team with 9 players. You have your guys that you go to that are batting 3, 4, and 5 that really do go the extra mile. But then you have your other ones that are batting 100. They're at the end. They're at number 9. But you got to talk to all of them. And this is a good way. It's a good segue to bring those concerns, especially when they say, I can guarantee you, when they say he didn't get arrested, he didn't. I think we're going to find in our community, it's the younger officer that hasn't had the training, that didn't do what a seasoned officer might have done, and patching those together to get a more uniformed approach to the, one victim on a Tuesday night at 10 o'clock shouldn't get a different result from an officer on a Friday at 10 o'clock. They should have the same result based on the same set of circumstances, which are, the investigation, the report. We were having an issue here recently, and what's going to come of it, I can tell you, officers weren't taking reports. They, that for whatever reason, COVID, they were staying, they didn't want to go there. But we saw a sharp decline in the reports that were really significant. We needed that information. The victim needed that information, needed to document it. They were absent. And instead of having to go, and I know law enforcement in our area, with Senate Bill 8 and the banning of limited liability, those in our area, Senate Bill 8 was, now officers always have to record everything. If they don't take a report, it's still on the recording. And if you have to go and get something and do an IPRA to get that information that is so vital in her case, knowing the rules of the game, knowing that everybody is looking for the same thing, and we're all out to support the victim. Get what the survivor needs.
If you've got a council and you don't have somebody to do the organizing, the addition of focus group content into that circle at least brings a reality that is absent, right? I mean, you think you might know what survivors want, but until you actually sit down and talk to them about what they need or what it's like when they call for help, you just don't know, right? So it adds a real, I think, strong component to even a coordinating council format when you can add that to it. Yeah. So good, Johnny. Jim.
So Washtenaw County, they did organize, the university, and Lisa Lawrence is doing focus groups with survivors who partners are into local battery intervention programs. And I'm not sure of what the questions that they're asking. That's kind of being done confidentially right now through them. I always thought it would be fascinating to have that same group with all the men who maybe, it'd be much harder to get men who dropped out of the program because they're saying this to you, but to get your completers and find out what they felt was most helpful, how long they thought it took before they started to acknowledge and see, and to really look, are we getting different answers from people in different types of programming? Now, there's some question that we shouldn't care how well you like the program. We should care what the outcomes are, right? So, and I know in substance abuse, they found programs that the therapists thought were great, the clients thought were great, and they had negative success rates. And then programs that didn't get as high as ratings had higher compliance. So there's some fear of doing some of these focus groups with men who use violence. And I'm wondering what's your opinion? And the other question is, I think if I do the focus group, even though you're not on probation anymore and you're not my client, because I have a relationship with you, I'm afraid that you are going to answer the questions in a way that's pleasing to me, right? So it seems like it needs to be a neutral person that's not connected with any of us doing the work. And I wondered what your thoughts were on that.
Yeah, so the first question I have is why the focus groups that are being done there, why are they confidential? Why don't you?
Well, I just don't know. And they may not supposed to be 100% confidential. It may be I just don't know the questions when I talk to them.
They're just keeping it from Jim.
Yeah. And I don't necessarily know that I have a whole lot of clients who are in that group, because there are only women who are still with their men. And the men that I had in my program from that jurisdiction were not still with their partner. So they may not even be seeing my people, which is unfortunate, but I mean, that's their group. They're looking at women who are still with their partners.
Yeah. Well, okay. So I think if you're going to do research, right? So there's just two things. Do we want to improve our program, or do we want to actually prove something? I think if you want to prove something, then you want to bring in somebody who's neutral, right? I think if you want to improve your program on an ongoing basis, we're not going to pay somebody to come in and ask the questions. Like most of the guys in our program, I don't know. I have no contact with, right? So if I sit down with them, they don't know me from Adam.
Okay.
But what we want to know is, what are we doing in class that you think is helpful? What are we doing in class that gets in the way of you changing? What was one of the most important factors initially for you to start opening up? What's something that kept you open to the process? Did anything shut you down? Did anything say, you know what? Screw it. I'm not doing it. Like, talk to us about what was helpful. And then we always want to know, what did the system have any influence on how open or closed you were to coming here in the first place, right? And we've just learned, that's where we've learned a ton of stuff. So yeah, I mean, basically, when we're asking those questions, it really matters to the guys that the facilitators actually care about them and they believe that, right? That matters.
One related question, not to hog the time, but so let's say so we do kind of a questionnaire and they do a final presentation. We adapted from ADA, right? They call it Sankofa. And so they do kind of say, when I first changed, assignment that was most helpful, one thing I'd change about the program. But do you think, we never asked about the system. I love that question and I'll look at adding that in there. But I'm wondering, so we do that and they do a presentation on it. But do you think you get more out of it by doing the focus group, because then they feed off each other's answers and we get more organic or more information?
You know what? I would have to say I get more, I think, from individual men because they're not posturing with each other.
Okay.
I mean, it's just a weird thing that happens. Unless they were group members and they know each other, there's kind of this thing, right, that happens. Right. Like I haven't changed too much. Okay. Like I've changed too much.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. That's just my experience. But David.
I just want to put as a backdrop to the question that you just asked of all of us. And I dropped this to back up what I'm saying about New Mexico. We have the second highest domestic homicide rate in the country. You've heard me say this before. We number one is Alaska, but New Mexico is number 2 when it comes to domestic homicides, and that information is in your chat with that report from 2019. But also, if you look at our conviction rate, the average conviction rate for the state of New Mexico is about 11%. And so when we look at system predictability, what position does that put us in to be able to answer the survivor's question of, if you call for help, what's going to happen? It's not a good place for us to be in to say, well, 90% of the time, nothing's going to happen from you calling the police in terms of his being convicted. So we have a lot of work, and part of this whole series of training is to just push this information out there into the community so we can talk about it and we can start making changes in all of our communities where we're seeing we don't want to be number 1 when it comes to homicide rates. We don't want to be number 2. You know, you got to be somewhere, but let's be up at least past number 25. Let's be at the bottom of that list. And we want to see our conviction rates change from being where they are.
Yeah, and so my guess is there are statutory changes that need to take place statewide, but most of the solutions that are going to, if that was to turn around, are going to happen jurisdiction by jurisdiction. It'd be fascinating to know, to start mapping out each system's response to see where these gaps are that create the results that David just conveyed, right? They're out there. Something is going on. Something is not happening. But obviously nobody knows what that is until you start looking to find out, right? But we know what the results are. So again, that's an example. That's a problem, but we don't know why it's a problem. And we don't know why it's a problem in Albuquerque versus a small community, rural community in New Mexico, which I don't know the name of, so I didn't use an example. And I know you all noticed that. So, but that's, you know what the problem is, you don't know why it's a problem. And that's what CCR coordinators, as I've talked about them, that's what they do. They figure that stuff out. So it would be nice if New Mexico had a way of investing in jurisdictions to give some resources so that those kind of coordinator positions could be available, and start figuring out what are the gaps here, and are they consistent across the state, or do they vary, right? Yeah. All right. Okay. So where we're going to go next is to start looking at how, Javier, did you just turn your mic off? I just want to make sure you want to jump in?
No, actually, I did have a quick just piggyback off of what Jim stated. You know, what we do with our program is that we do have exit interviews for our participants. So to get that knowledge, to see how we can better our programs. And it is, and you're absolutely right in reference to having somebody that's not involved in your program doing those interviews, which obviously can, bias those interview answers. Plus, I also feel that the participants will probably be more open to an individual that's not part of our program. They'll probably be hopefully a little bit more forthright about that and so forth. So that was basically all I wanted to just pipe in on.
Yeah. That's good. All right. Okay. So one of the things that Ellen Pence did in her dissertation was to break down how do agencies that employ large numbers of people, how do they get all these people to do a particular job? What are all the different components of an agency that come together to get somebody to do a similar thing, given a similar set of circumstances, right? So what she came up with, Jeff, if you want to pull up the next slide, please. Well, before we get to the next slide, this is where we are in the bubble list. So we've come across the top, now we're going down the side, right? Identify sources of the problem, approach involved decision makers with a proposal to change, and then put work group meetings together to develop solutions. We're moving in that direction. Okay, next slide, Jeff. All right, so these are those 8 methods that were identified by Ellen, and each one of these plays a role in, if you're going to change something, right, you're going to have to address each one of these factors in how an agency gets organized to get work completed, right, to get work done. How are workers organized, basically? So next slide, Jeff. What we're going to do is listen to Ellen actually talk about these 8 methods, and she's going to apply it to a criminal justice system, but it could be applied to any system. But she's going to apply it to a criminal justice system and link it to domestic violence, so that you're going to hear how this gets applied directly to the problem and to the government agencies that typically end up responding to this problem. So, Jeff, do you want to play the...
There's really very concrete, specific methods that an organization can use to get practitioners to respond to cases in fairly standardized ways. If the CCR is going to do all this work to have new policies and new practices, they want to make sure that people are carrying those out in the way that it was intended. So the primary methods to doing that, the first one is for each practitioner that's going to intervene at this point of the case is to identify what their function is for them, to articulate in your policy or in your procedure, this is your function here. So for example, most CCRs change the function of practitioners in making these reform efforts. Police officers have traditionally responded to cases and they just document what happened that night, that case, why they made an arrest or didn't. Now police officers are frequently being asked to do a little mini risk assessment when they're out there. Ask the questions. Do you think he'll seriously injure you or your children, and why? Ask the question, what's the most severe abuse you've ever had? Ask the question, what's the pattern of abuse? Is it getting worse? Is it reducing? When the police officer documents the answers to those 3 questions, the practice is saying, that's not my job. But under the CCR, you're saying, no, it is really your job now. So the first thing the CCR does, and the group that's coming up with all these new practices does, is they articulate to the worker, this is your function here. And oftentimes they're articulating a new function, a new aspect to their work. Secondly, a main role of a CCR is to craft policy that directs the practitioner under these circumstances, take these actions. And those policies have to connect. So the 911 policy connects to the police policy connects to the prosecution policy. If prosecutors are going to go with evidence-based prosecution, they need a police policy that's going to say that police reports have to have certain identifiable information in them, because police reports have to bump way, way up if you're going to go to a evidence-based prosecution type of a system. So every single policy is interrelated, and the function of the CCR is to write those policies with each other, viewing them, looking at them, thinking about, is that positioning us to do what we need to do? The third aspect of our work and the way that we standardize and build this into the infrastructure of the system is we create procedures for the worker to use, but also tools. So for example, if you want police officers to write certain kinds of reports, then they need some kind of standardized report writing form. If you want probation officers to pay attention to certain things in their PSIs, then that means that the PSI needs to change. So through the use of pre-sentence investigations, computer screens that the 911 operator uses, report writing formats, little cheat sheets that the officer carries around on how to look for self-defense, those kinds of tools really start to help standardize what practitioners do. Risk assessments, all those things are really important. And they are a key element of the work of a CCR. The coordinating committee and the people who are designing this new structure have to look at resources. Does every practitioner have the resources that he or she needs to do their job? if I'm supposed to go out as a police officer and now ask these 3 risk assessments, collect all of this information, interview more people, document this in a way that really positions the prosecutor well, I can't be expected to spend 20 minutes on a domestic and have that be over with. It's going to take me a while to do that whole job. So there has to be the thinking through of what new resources do people need, and it's almost always time. People need more time on these cases to do them well. People need, for example, moving from handwriting police reports to dictating police reports can save time, and it can produce a much better police report over time. There's all sorts of kind of resource considerations. 911 operators need immediate access to protection orders and other information to relay that on to the responding officers. So sometimes it's technological things, sometimes it's time, but the resource allocation is something that belongs to the whole CCR committee, and people need to support each other in having the right resources to carry out these tasks. Next is the way that each practitioner is linked to others. Yeah, let me give you an example. That 911 operator, in asking certain questions, is always thinking about sending this police officer out. But who else uses that 911 tape? The prosecutor. So is this 911 operator asking the right questions, doing the right things so that this prosecutor, when they're using this tape and introducing it as evidence into court, got the right information from this dispatcher? When this police officer writes this report, they typically in the past have always written just to the prosecutor. But who else uses that police report? The probation officer writing the pre-sentence investigation. So this probation officer writing the pre-sentence investigation has to say, this is what I need to get out of your police report. And the person running the batterers intervention program says, this is what I need to get out of your police report. So that police report becomes a document that everybody's using, and linking this police officer's investigation to what other people do in the system is going to happen through that report. So they all need to be in on how that report is crafted. These are kind of examples of linking people to each other. Every single practitioner is held accountable for what they do to somebody for something. And so when we think about systems of accountability, each time you have a practice or a policy or procedure you're putting into place, the next question is, how do we set a system of accountability in? And the most direct thing is, how do we supervise that practitioner in carrying out that particular function? The second thing is, who is the practitioner accountable to? And in a CCR, you're making a shift that's very, very essential to a successful CCR. And that is that practitioners always have to see themselves as accountable to the victim and to victim safety, and to those people surrounding the victim, children, et cetera, who are also in danger. So building a sense of accountability to the victim is the first aspect of accountability. Secondly, holding the offender accountable means that the procedures have to be put in place where you're strengthening the ability of a given practitioner to hold this offender accountable quickly, fairly, and giving due process to that offender. Thirdly, the practitioner has to be accountable to each other. It's easy, police will often be frustrated because prosecutors are dropping cases. They're not, they're 50% of the cases where we make arrests, they drop them or they dismiss them. But you're not really being accountable as a police officer to that prosecutor if you didn't write a report that helps them prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this crime occurred. There are many police reports you can read and you can't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that anyone was home that night. That's not an accountable system. So practitioners have to be accountable to each other. The prosecutor has to be accountable back to the investigating police officers if those police officers are going to maintain a high quality of work. The prosecutors have to be accountable to the probation officer. If a probation officer is going to do a whole pre-sentence investigation and come in and make a recommendation when the prosecutor negotiated a deal beforehand that didn't take into account any of that work, then that's really not an accountable system of prosecution to probation. And those are the things that make a lot of slippage and a lot of sloppy work in a system, when people don't sense that what they're doing counts, that it matters, that it's used. And so all of that has to be built in: accountability to the victim, accountability, holding the offender accountability, being accountable to the offender's due process, and then being accountable to each other as practitioners carrying out these jobs. Next, that every time a procedure is put into place or policy is put into place, there has to be a review of what assumptions are we making, what concepts are we using. If a judge is going to stand up and is going to sit up in a courtroom and say, this guy just beat up this woman, it's the 5th woman in the community that he's beaten up, he needs to go to anger management classes. Well, what kind of a thought is that somebody is beating up a number of different people and they're sent off to manage their anger? This person has more than a little anger eruption problem. So it's the concept behind the sentencing. Every single practice that you have, there's a theory or a concept or an assumption behind it. All of those have to be examined, they have to be challenged, and you have to build in the concepts and theories that you want the practitioner to be operating from if you want a consistent philosophical approach to these cases. The final method of standardizing workers' actions is through training. Training really brings together all of these other methods. We've articulated the function of the worker, and that has to be incorporated into the training. We've written policy, so the training is covering what does the policy intend to do? What does it tell you need to do it in different kinds of cases? So the training is really covering the policy. We've developed procedures and protocols and tools for the worker to use to standardize the action. Their actions, and the training really shows them how to use these tools, it really acquaints them with the proper use of these tools. We've allocated resources. The training shows people how to use the resources, what they can expect, and we've built linkages between people and between practitioners in these cases. We've set up systems of accountability, and we've really looked at the theory, the assumptions, the concepts that underlie all of the tools that they're using in the intervention process. Those are also the content of the training that they're using. So that training is not, many people think we're going to write a policy and then we're going to train people. But actually you write a policy, you build it in these ways that we've talked about, and then you train. Training is really the final kind of method of building in kind of a consistent response. It's not the primary method, it's the final method. So those are the 8 methods that an agency and an interagency group together can use to ensure that regardless of the practitioner acting on this case, they can expect a certain response given a certain set of circumstances.
Okay, so we'll go back to gallery view here. I don't need to be that big, all right. Okay, so those are the 8 methods. And again, when we don't account for all 8 of those methods, when we develop a policy, for example, or an intervention, we often end up creating something that isn't sustainable because there's something we forgot. There's something we didn't account for in a particular agency or group of agencies. So, Jeff, you want to pull up the next slide? All right, so mission, purpose, and function. A lot about what is the function, what is the role that this agency is going to play in a CCR, not in a DWI, not in a theft case, not in a trespassing case, but what role is this agency going to play within a domestic violence intimate partner assault, right? And then the officer could go from dealing with a standard traffic situation to becoming a player in a larger response that people are depending upon him outside of the agency to do a particular kind of job, right? In child protection, the workers, one of the reasons we developed a specialized team, I don't know why that word was so hard to find, specialized team of social workers, is because one of the things in focus groups with frontline social workers, they said, in the morning, I've got a child sex abuse case I got to deal with. Then I go to a mom who's got a drug problem. Then I go to a neglect case, and then I go to a domestic violence case. Every one of these cases requires a different brain. And I can't have 4 different brains in one day. So what do? I pick one brain, and every one of these cases suffer because I don't have the right brain in, right? And that's typically the argument for specialized units. Every time we have done it here in Duluth, we get much better outcomes than when we don't have it. And everybody, all the research that I know of on specialized units supports the idea, right? Because you get better at the work the more you do it. That becomes the role, right? In a particular CCR. That's the mission, protect and serve, right? So if protect and serve is the mission, then what is my role in an intimate partner domestic assault when it comes to protect and serve, right? That has to be articulated somehow in policy, in a preamble, some way that gets articulated and positions the police department to understand this is what you're going to do. This is what you're going to do. This is what the next agency is going to do. This is what the next. See, what do we talk about when we did that focus group work? Nobody knew their role. Exactly, right? This is the opposite. Everybody knows their role. Okay, next slide, Jeff. Here's an example in the Duluth Police Department policy of how we start out the domestic assault policy within that department. The department is committed to engaging in a comprehensive approach to intervening in domestic abuse incidences. The investigation of these cases sets the foundation for almost every subsequent action by the courts and community-based agencies. It is the cornerstone of an effective, coordinated interagency response. The intent of the law and of this order is to protect victims from ongoing domestic abuse. Now, every police officer who reads that understands that this policy fits within that context, within that purpose and scope, right? Sets the tone, mission, purpose, function, right? Okay. Next slide, Jeff. Rules and regulations. There are legislative actions, laws, statutes that guide practice in all government agencies. CCR coordinators have to know what those are, right? You can't, because it's going to stop you from walking into an agency and say, well, why don't you do this? Well, because legally we can't do that. You don't want that to be the moment because you lose credibility. You don't want them to be teaching you about what all the different basic rules and regulations that they have to operate by. You want to sit down and you want to read all of those things. However, there are internal policies that they also operate from. Those you need to get your hands on so that you can see what those are. If there is no domestic assault policy, I mean, I popped into the meeting that where Jim was saying the probation policy was created before domestic assault was a crime. I hadn't heard that one before, but that's a really good example, right? This was written prior to the criminalization of domestic assault. So it never took up the characteristics of it, never gave guidance as to what an agent is supposed to do safety-wise, accountability-wise for this particular crime, right? All right, next one. Administrative practices. There's a whole, within this field of coordinated community response, there are people who I've met who specialize specifically on text analysis, right? They go through multiple police reports. They go through multiple forms, and they look just through text, all the different gaps, that the safety gaps that can be found just in text analysis, right? And it's fascinating work. One of the things if you're going to sit down and do this, if you're going to sit down and read, say, 20 police reports, you're not going to know what you're looking for. You're just going to do exactly what you did with that focus group. You're going to sit down, you're going to read those 20 reports, and things will begin to come to light. Consistent things will start popping up over and over and over again. And we're going to do an exercise around that. It looks like tomorrow is when we're going to get to it. All right, next slide, Jeff. Here's an example of an administrative practice. So I said on yesterday, I'd give you the questions that law enforcement have to ask to every victim of intimate partner violence on scene and make this part of their police report. So these are those questions. They're risk and their context questions. And the answers to these questions form the foundation of our risk analysis. So we're not asking the officers to come to any risk conclusion here. We're asking them to collect the narrative that the victims give them to these questions. Then Pat, our employee, goes to the police department tomorrow morning, and she will take all of the answers to these questions in a report and extract what she needs to evaluate risk, and then give context to those risk factors, and send that off to the judges, send that off to pretrial release agents, and send that off to the prosecuting authority for that particular case. And that happens every morning by 9:30 a.m. In Duluth. So, but if we weren't asking these questions, if this administrative practice wasn't in place, we really couldn't do what we're doing every day when it comes to risk and context for the practitioners. So this is key. All right, next slide, Jeff. This is a list of some of the risk factors that we usually draw from the answers to those questions. And again, most victims answer most of these questions. So we don't have a problem with getting victims to testify to a police officer about their experience with any of these things. They might not want to go into a lot of detail around sexual assault. That tends to be limited, or any forms of real severe violence. Sometimes they have a limited way in which they talk about that. But for the most part, this is where we get all of these risk factors, is the answers to those questions. All right, next slide, Jeff. Resources. This is a huge one. Like, I can't tell you how many times I'll go into a community and say, hey, we want to do this thing, and we think the police should do it, right? Well, okay, how about even a simple thing? Why don't we're doing a CCR training. There's a table from a community, and the advocate looks at the police officer from her community who's at the table with her and says to him, okay, well, and I can overhear this, on a small group kind of exercise. So Duluth DEAP the Duluth police gives DEAP their police reports. Why don't you give us police reports? And the officer looks right at her and said, because I don't trust you. Okay, this is going to escalate. So I jump in and I said, okay, so if you're going to ask a government agency for access to their reports, what are you going to do for them? Right? Like, what's the exchange here? And what resources is it going to take for them to be able to get you just the intimate partner domestic assault police reports, right? All those things have to be talked about, right? Sure, you could have them, but you got to come get them. And I'm not going to sort them out for you, right? I mean, so that all of that, like, that takes time. That takes a position. Somebody has to actually do that. Do you have the resource to pull it off? How are we going to do it, right? We are always contending with this. The more the data privacy laws tighten down, the more we're trying to navigate through all of them. Like, for example, we can't get a lot of information now from court administration because of statewide data practices stuff, but we can get it from the police department, right? Because they're not under the same law. So we go to the police department to get that information, right? But we've got to be able to go there and get them. So what did they do? They gave us a desk there and a computer so that our staff member can go in and sit down and always have a computer and always have a desk, right? That was their way of investing in our ability to go in and spend the labor to extract all of those reports, right? That's how we worked it out. Doesn't have to be how everybody does it, but it's a resource consideration, right? And people just think, well, you'll do it because it needs to happen. No, that isn't how it works. You have to be able to have a conversation about what I'm asking another agency to commit to do whatever it is that we think the idea, this great idea is, right? There's always a resource conversation that should be had. All right, next slide, Jeff. Linkages. How is this new intervention that we're going to create, how is it going to be linked to the next agency or to other agencies? Who all needs it? Why? When? and what format, right? Again, most agencies operate in a silo. This is my silo. I decide what I'm going to do inside my silo. And at CCR, we break the silos down. Now, my role in the CCR is to produce information that multiple agencies are going to use for multiple purposes, right? So a police report in Duluth gets written tonight. It gets sent through an editor. Then the editor sends it to the sergeant. The sergeant then approves the report and sends it off to the divert team. The divert investigator gets it. Our staff member, Pat, who does the risk evaluation gets it. If it's a sexual assault, the sexual assault team gets it. If it's a domestic assault and it involves Indigenous victim, then it goes to the advocate from the American Indian Housing Organization. If it is a non-Indigenous domestic assault, it goes to the Safe Haven Shelter advocate, and everybody's reading it for different reasons, but they're all reading it. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different people who are reading that report by 11 o'clock tomorrow morning for very different reasons, right? That's a heavily used, scrutinized report. So everybody has to have a hand in what's in it because they're going to all need something different from it, right? That really changes the role of a police officer at an intimate partner domestic assault. Next slide, Jeff. Accountability. Again, so important. Simultaneous to building a policy, you have to build the way it's going to get supervised into the agency through more policy, right? So if we're going to say that every officer has to ask those risk questions, how is that going to be monitored, right? And if it doesn't happen, what's the accountability for it, right? Do we send it back? Do we recoach? Like, what is the mechanism that's going to kick into place? So the sergeant could catch it tonight as the report comes in and kick it back to the officer and say, go back and ask the person these questions. If the sergeant lets it through, then the divert investigator is going to catch it, right? If the officer on the street says that this is actually a misdemeanor crime, but it actually should be a felony because they missed a past conviction within the past 10 years, then Pat's going to catch that because she always filters for it. So you have multiple people looking at that report to catch any mistakes that could possibly be made before it goes to the prosecutor's office. Why is that important? Because if the prosecutor gets a report that they find all these mistakes in, they're going to kick it back. And if they kick it back, it's going to take forever for that information to get collected and back to the prosecutor, delaying the prosecution, making this longer. And the longer that case drags out, the more likely that it's going to go away, right? So you just see that all of these different ways, is what we're doing accountable to the victim? Johnny talked about doing focus groups. Okay, so you get that feedback, you create a response. How accountable is that response to the survivor, right? It should be written through that lens. How accountable is that to his due process? Is anything that we're suggesting doing going to violate that? How accountable it is to the next agency, right? As Ellen said, if I'm not writing a report that can be prosecuted, I can't blame prosecution for not prosecuting it, right? So what needs to be in this report? What elements of the crime need to be proved beyond a reasonable doubt? Are they in the report, right? That's being accountable to the next agency. So there's multiple layers of accountability that have to be accounted for, if I could just use that word one more time. All right, next slide, Jeff. Concepts and theories. So it's an interesting thing when you sit into a courtroom, for example, as David suggested, to watch what happens. People are making statements about things. People are coming up with solutions or directions about what people should do, how they should do it, when they should do it by. All of those things have beliefs behind them. They have theories behind them. When I sit and watch judges, I get this feeling that if alcohol and drugs disappeared off the earth, they think their jobs would disappear. They think everything is about drugs and alcohol, right? Because they see it so much, right? But that isn't the lens that's going to be helpful with domestic assault cases, unless you're thinking about his level of reoffense, right? Then it might escalate it, but it isn't going to cause it. So sobering them up without programming is a problem. Ordering supervised visitation. I'm ordering you in an order for protection to have supervised visits with your children because I've deemed you abusive and not safe to be around the children. And then they don't order programming. Well, okay, so what's the thinking behind ordering supervised visits for a year, but not ordering rehabilitation programming? If he's not safe to be around his kids, what needs to happen to make sure that he is? Because supervised visits for a year isn't going to do it, right? So it's what's the thinking behind that, and really documenting that in a way so that you can have a conversation about linking the thinking to the actual practices that are effective in this space, right? All right. I'll give you another example. I'm sitting in a CCR meeting, small CCR meeting, with an advocate, probation officer, and a prosecutor. And the probation supervisor says, "What are we going to do with all these women who keep finding men to beat them?" Okay, okay. That's an inflammatory way to drop something into a room, right? Well, the advocate looks at him and says, "I've known you for 15 years, and I can't believe that just came out of your mouth." Okay, well, that if it wasn't helpful to start, now it's really not helpful, right? Because now the prosecutor's looking with eyes about this big, thinking, "I ain't saying a thing here," right? Right? So the meeting's basically over. A CCR coordinator lens is different. I assume that he's misunderstanding what he's seeing. He's seeing something in his practice where that is the answer to what he sees. Now, he's misinterpreting what he sees, but he sees it. It's real to him, right? So if I tell him he's an idiot for thinking that in one way or another, then it's just going to shut him down, and he's going to continue to see it, and he's going to continue to think it, right? I want to know what you see where that makes sense to you, right? Help uncover that with him, right? Where are you seeing that? How is that coming to you? Talk about what you understand, right? That's getting at some of those concepts and theories that get in the way of either implementing good practice or developing good policy and practice within an agency, because they think about the problem in a very different way than what's linked to what is real to both victims and offenders. All right, next slide, Jeff. And then the last thing, education and training. We don't do this on the front end, we do this on the back end. So when you've developed all of what you're going to put together as an intervention, then you need to train the practitioners on how to use and execute what it is that you've put together for the team, right? And you bring in, as Ellen said, all the different components of what resources are going to be allocated, what cheat sheets or tools are going to be built, have been built to support your work doing this. This is what the policy is. This is the concept and theory behind it, right? All those pieces are, basically your training agenda is set for you. All you got to do is fill in the content, right? So you're training people on how to do what you've designed to fix a problem that you have. You're not trying to train them into compliance. You're not trying to train them into empathy, because you won't do it. It won't happen. So, all right, those are the 8 methods. David's hand goes up.
A real quick one. I saw this happen with a probation officer who came to a meeting. It wasn't Jim, who came to a meeting and said, "I'm really surprised at how much of my caseload," and this is also going to date this as well, because we don't talk that much about adult children of alcoholics these days as we did, 20 years ago. And she came to the meeting saying, "I'm really surprised with how much ACOA issues I'm seeing on my caseload. I think we need to do something with regard to getting these men into ACOA groups. And what we found out later was she was dealing with her ACOA issues. It was the lens that she was understanding kind of the world with, and her probationers also understood this and kind of played up on that and used that as a way to get out of BIP programming. Send me to an ACOA group where they're going to talk about what happened to me as opposed how I happened to other people.
Yes. Yeah, right, exactly. So that's a fascinating concept in theory. Investigation, right? Yeah, good. Others, what do you think?
I got a quick question on the commonality of reporting.
The what?
The common reports.
The common reports.
Yeah, you had mentioned that before, is that if people are reading the same reports, but they're looking at it from their own perspectives, or they're looking at it.
Got it. Okay. Yep.
So in our agencies where we are co-located with other agencies, separate boards, separate processes, separate everything. We don't share information among our agencies. And that works to a certain extent, but when you're creating a CCR, don't you want to break those barriers down to the point that you are looking at the same root information?
Yes, because you might have information that would be really, so here, the first job I had at DEAP, right, was a project. It was called the McKnight Collaborative because the McKnight Foundation funded it. And one of the things that we did is that we picked 2 women who were survivors that these 10 agencies had all had contact with, which was pretty tough to do, but we found these 2 women. And then we all got these things signed, these MOUs, so we could share information. And then we all thought that we knew more than everybody else about this particular survivor until we all came to a meeting and put in the middle what we knew. And we were like blown away what we didn't know, right? And it was such a great example of when we hold on to what we know and we think we know because we have what we know, we are so limited in because like what we learned from that process is that survivors go to these different agencies and tell the agencies enough for them to do what they need them to do, right? But if you can't do this for me, then I'm not going to tell you this part of my life. But you can do this for me, so I'm going to tell you that part, right? And then everybody thinks that they know her, but nobody really does because nobody's doing what Vincent's suggesting, sharing what they know. It's the same thing with risk information. The judge had one set of risk pieces. Pretrial release had another set. The prosecutor had another set. And when you combine them, you actually have a pretty good idea of what's going on. But fragmented between 3 different agencies, you didn't have a good idea what was going on. And then the arguments that were happening in court were typically arguments about what one person knew and the other person didn't about the case, right? So how do you create something that everybody knows the same thing? Go ahead, Vincent.
There's also a follow-up to that, is that we are civilian responders. So we are relatively protective of confidential information that we don't share with law enforcement. But some of the things that we uncover, of course, law enforcement should know this. Mm-hmm. So is there a way to break down that barrier between what would be items that could be used in evidence or subpoenaed, and at the same time protect the confidentiality of the victim?
Yeah, I mean, so you're always vetting things through. Like, what's the intent behind sharing, right? Is the intent to hold him accountable? But then if we do that, are we holding him accountable at her expense, right? So the number one thing is, are we accounting for safety, right? That's number one. And there's always rock and hard place kind of decisions that have to be made within all of these spaces. But number one, are we accounting for her safety? Then if we figured that out, then can we share this, right? Is it legal for us to share this? And if it is, then should we, because it would make it easier to hold him accountable. But if we held him accountable, would it actually make her safer? Or would it make her less safe, right? Like these are all the conversation. Like for example, men's programs come, I've talked to so many of them, they'll have all these rules and regulations, right? And they'll say, no, a guy in our program, if he misses, 2 classes, then he's done for a month. He has to sit for the next month, and then he gets to come back or whatever, right? Okay, so what was the intent behind that? Was the intent to hold him accountable, or was the intent to make her safer? Right? It's almost always to hold him accountable, right? But with no conversation about whether or not that makes her safer or less safe, right? All the policies and procedures that we have should be vetted through that lens of victim safety. Otherwise, we're not centering victims in our response, right? Yeah. So does that help, Vincent? And I don't know what all your agencies are, but yeah, I mean, that's a conversation. What can we share? What would be available to another agency that we collect and vet it through safety and accountability?
Yeah. No, you nailed it.
Okay. All right. Great. Good. It's almost the end of the day, and I nailed a question. That's exciting. Maybe Vincent is being generous with me. What are you thinking about in your communities because there's a level of complexity here that it just keeps kind of getting deeper and deeper, right? And we're pretty much to the deep end, so I'm not going to say it's going to get a whole lot deeper, right? Anna, how about you? When you think about the level of the degree to which we need to work to put the CCR together in your community, what are you thinking the barriers might be?
Changing the, kind of the way things have always been done. That's first and foremost, I think, just because you're not going to be able to get the outcomes that we've been talking about, like, without doing that first. So I'm just trying to think in my head, like what kinds of things need to change kind of to get that to happen. I mean, that's I think where we have to start from the very beginning.
Is a concept in theory in your agency, if we've always done it, it must be good?
I think it's more of not even that it's good. I think this is just the way it's always done. Like, and then you ask people, well, why do we do this? Or why isn't this happening? And they're like, I don't even think how you were talking earlier, like people were saying, because 25 years ago, this happened and that's why this practice is in place. I think it's just one of they don't even know that reason. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like, this is what we use. Like, you look at these forms and they're like super old, or like the letters that go out to victims, or, just kind of the questions that they ask, like those all need to be revamped. Questions, forms, PSIs, all of it.
So there's some element here as I'm listening to you, Anna, because it could be that there's a culture in your agency where, okay, this is just another one of those things that we've always done it this way, so this has got to change. This just has to change. We can't keep doing things the same way, right? That could be the culture, but it's not, right? Instead, it's, well, we've always done it. So finish the sentence. We've always done it, so
why change it? Like, this is just the way things are done. This is just the way things are done. So like, but I mean, I'm with you 100%. Like, you have to, like, the why is important, but like, why? I mean, it's kind of like the reason why you collect data, the reason why you do exit, the reason why you do things is to find out where can we do better, because you always want to be better. And I mean, and you have to keep up with the ever evolving things. Like, I work in a specialty court and there's best practices. Well, best practices are constantly evolving. They don't just like, these are the best practices. I was part of a drug court back in 2003, and back then the best practices were on your third like violation, you go to jail. Well, now treatment courts are not focused on jail. They're focused completely on treatment. So things change and evolve. You can't keep doing things the way you did back then because that's not the way things work. I mean, it's just, you have to keep up with the evolution of things and what's the why. Like, why is the way it is? Like, we need to find out why. You know, we're not getting victims' responses. So like, why? What are we missing? What are we not doing why we're not getting them to respond to us, and figuring out that why so that things can change.
Okay, so like we'll take Anna as an example, right? So in her agency, I'm going to label Anna as a high level performer, right? Then we're going to have another person in the agency who says, well, I'd prefer just to do it the way we've always done it because it's easy that way. Okay, that's the other end of the spectrum. We want to find a way to institutionalize how Anna approaches the work. How do we make that the lens that everybody in her agency has to look through, right? Because right now, it sounds like there's a good percentage that are saying, if we've always done it this way, we'll just continue to do it the way we've done it. I'm okay with that, right? That lens is not going to move things forward, right? So if I said to Anna, I need a couple people that you think would be helpful to on a specialty team to look at focus groups. I don't want Anna to put the people who don't want things to change on that team. I need people like Anna on that team who have a vision for how things could be different, how things could be changed, that say we can't keep doing things the way that we've been doing them. We have to adapt to the problem. That's the kind of person that I need on a team, right? So all of you, when you're looking for people who are colleagues in your agencies to be part of this, that's who you're looking for. That's the mindset that you're looking for, right? Not the person who wants to say, I want to argue about every idea and prove that it doesn't work before we ever get to the point where we can say it might, right? You don't want, that person will just put the brakes on everything. So personality is important, right? But that personality, I'm not trying to change their personality. I'm trying to change the lens in which they approach their work, which ultimately might change their personality and their approach, right? But at minimum, they'll be required to do a particular job given a particular set of circumstances, and they'll be supervised to it, right? So.
In so many ways, Scott, this also parallels what we're doing in our intervention groups. We're talking to somebody who doesn't want to change. I like it when I give her a look that she goes to the kitchen and gets me a pot pie and a beer, and I don't have to say a word, and you're telling me I have to change. It's no different. It's no different than what the schools are having to do with COVID, not to mention their policies of, hey, if you skip school, we're going to put you on suspension. That doesn't make sense, right? I skip school and you tell me I can't come back to school? Cool.
Cool. Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. What was Ellen's story? She said, I had a guy come in and he had a big Bowie knife strapped to his belt. And he said to her, so I get the food I want. I get the sex I want. I watch the shows I want. What do you got? And Ellen said, intimacy? You know, like, I don't think I have anything right now that's going to motivate you, right? We got to spend some time in group. So yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. We're up against that mindset, and every agency has it, right? But every agency has high performers too, right? That's who you want to get to know. And high performers have showed up here, right? They're spending the time to figure this out and learn this process. So yeah, good. All right, so what we'll do tomorrow is that we'll come together at 9 o'clock my time, 8 o'clock your time, and 10 o'clock David's time. And we'll open up for the first half hours, talk about any kind of questions, thoughts you have. Think about how we apply all of this in your communities. Every one of you live in a different place. Some of you live in a high urban area, some in a very rural area, someone in an indigenous community. How do you think about taking all of what we've been talking about and applying it to your location, right? So let's start with that at the beginning, and then at 8:30 your time, Muriel Lester, who's the lead criminal prosecutor for Stearns County in Minnesota, is going to come on and present a particular intervention, which is using expert witnesses in domestic assault cases to help prove them in court, right? And so I've testified before her a number of times. She is excellent at the work, and so that should be that'll be about an hour and a half. We'll go to break, and then we'll come back and we'll do an exercise around these 8 methods. Talk about tracking and monitoring, and that'll and then what your next steps are going to be in your community. So at the end of the I'm losing my ability to articulate. At the end of tomorrow, what we're going to do is put you in your teams, and we want you all to come up with an agenda for what are the next steps in your community, right? So that you can, before you leave, you have a plan about where you're going to go, who you're going to talk to, who you're going to pull together, whatever it is, right? Are you going to institute focus groups? How are you going to do that? Who are you going to partner with? All, whatever your plan is, that we want to give you space and time to be able to do that. Okay. All
So
right.
Scott, to reiterate, because I want people, if your local district attorneys aren't on this call, because given 3 days is a lot to ask, the time that she's going to be doing that expert witness is what you said, 8:30 to 10?
8:30 to 10 your time.
Okay, so 8:30 to 10. It's fine for them if you can talk to your prosecutors, your assistant prosecutors, district attorneys, have them come on just to hear that. That's absolute fine. We've got the space on the Zoom, and we would love for them to hear that. And Scott, as part of a trailer for tomorrow, can you repeat to everyone what you said to me once about the effectiveness of expert witness in cases where she refuses to participate?
Yeah, well, typically, or recants. So
okay.
she's testified one way to law enforcement, and then 2 days later says, I lied about everything. It's not true. I actually fell down, whatever the deal is. Or one of the more difficult cases is that Muriel and I had. She's prosecuting a prosecutor who got arrested for domestic assault. And that prosecutor hired a high-level attorney, expensive, and brought in 3 adult children who all testified against the mother to say she's the problem, right? So Muriel needed me to come in and talk about how would 3 adult children, why would 3 adult children see their mother as a problem growing up in a house with domestic violence, right? So when I got done with my testimony, then Muriel in her closing, she can't introduce things, right? But if I've said it, now she can use it. So what I end up testifying to gives so much weight to Muriel's ability to close in that case and help the jury understand all the counterintuitive behaviors that this victim has exhibited. So what Muriel will tell you is that because juries tend not to believe victims, that she has a higher rate of conviction when a woman is recanting her testimony than when she's up there telling the truth. Because you have an expert in the room who can give context to what's happening in that space, right? So again, if you're inviting your prosecutors, I am guessing more than one of you have heard a prosecutor say, if the victim recants, we can't do anything. That's not true. You just don't know how to do something with it. That's different, right? So tomorrow morning at 9:30 to 10 will be that conversation. Lester.
Scott, can we have access to a recording? I think because we have the district attorney right above us on the 2nd and 3rd floor, but I don't think I'm going to be able to go up there and say, so can you you get out of all your hearings today. There's something I'd like you to hear. So I'd like to be able to present that part of the recording in our CCR meeting.
Yeah, David's going to have that.
We are going to have, and we have to do some edits to what's being recorded now, but ultimately that will be available to you to use as you like. And then Angela just put something in there. Angela, I'm sorry for any confusion for time zone issues. We are starting at New Mexico time, 8 a.m. And at 8:30, the prosecutor that Scott was talking about will be coming on talking about this. It's not 9:30, it's 9:30 Scott's time, but we're just going to leave that off. We're only talking New Mexico time. We start at 8. She'll be on at 8:30, and just disregard the rest.
Disregard my problem of trying to translate time zones. All right. Well,
thank
great.
you, everybody.
Have a good evening. We'll see.
Terry,
see you in the
any final words? We're good. Okay. See you all in the morning. Thank you.
All right.